Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
I prepared shower for you.
Oh, thanks. I don't need one today, but I'll have one anyway, it's fine. Just don't look at me, alright? Ah, fucking today's been a long day. It's been awful. Deary me.
Maybe this will help with the Dark Souls
Oh.
randomizer depression.
Where are you gonna put that? Where's that gonna go?
I don't know. You figure it out. You figure it out.
We have been waiting for like 2 hours, Rima. Like, and
Hello.
both of us. Hello.
Does this make you need to pee, chat? The fuck?
Okay, time to mute Larksa.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You're not supposed to agree with me.
The fuck?
I turn everybody down like quite a bit, honestly. It's just way too loud by
Turn
default.
basically everyone down to about
That's so
half.
weird. I never turned down any of my volume, so obviously it's just you guys.
Yeah, but you also said last time you couldn't hear anyone.
Yeah, because I forgot to turn up my headphones, and that was the first time I finally heard the game, and I was like, I was playing a new game, and it was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, demented.
You get the fuck away from me.
Oh, demented.
Hello?
The crew is arriving.
Larksa.
Oh my
we
god.
have a shower.
Hi! Apollo, I missed you so much! Yeah! My god, it's been so long!
It's been way too long.
I'm gonna turn you guys up, okay? Yeah!
Help!
I'm gonna
Get
chill.
me out! Help!
Huh? Everyone huh? Except for Larksa is
Hi, Lobos.
wrong volume.
Hello.
Larksa needs
Yeah.
to be raised.
Ooh, what's
Yeah,
this?
for real, for
You
real.
wanted
Put both of you
apparatus.
down to nothing.
Lobos, hi!
Hi.
Muted. Get me away
Where are we
from
going
this, please.
first? Nest, where are we going? Where are we going?
I don't actually know.
What the fuck?
Larksa,
Hold on, let me check our money. Let me check our money.
The fuck?
Never lower.
We had like a really expensive planet,
You don't
right?
know.
So the thing is,
Yeah,
we want to
Giga.
get that one of the planets we got after getting the 3 apparatus costs 3,000. So we have almost 2,000 on the
four-
ship.
Oh,
We have 1,500
That
bucks.
is 2,000.
What?
Doesn't look like there is that much.
I see 1,800.
Yeah, 1800.
Yeah, 1800.
Wait, we
Well,
still-
1899. It says.
Fabulous.
Yeah, we're waiting for Leppa.
Wait, me?
I was thinking we go to the drug planet and we chainsaw that guy a few times for some diamonds
Don't go here, go away!
Oh, maybe.
to get enough money.
Did you find the explosive room in Pragmata?
Let me tag
Oh, they're
Leppa.
spoiling.
Oh, Leppa said
Yeah,
give
that's
me
crazy.
5 minutes. This
Yeah.
fucking guy.
I actually
Five?
activated that by accident
Leppa.
the first time I was there and I almost killed myself.
Well, now we have to listen to these two for 5
After I already
minutes.
killed all
Oh.
I did
Don't-
not
go take a
do
shower.
it.
Yeah, I'll take a shower. Hang on. Oh, shit.
You wanna come in with me?
I don't.
Oh
Yeah,
my
go
god,
on.
Samantha was showering. We
Hey,
can't
we're
play
sh-
now for today.
Hey, we're
shower.
showering together. Larksa, go away!
I'm gonna shower.
Larksa, you don't shower.
I do right
don't.
now. I changed.
Fine.
I'm disgusted by you guys. Getting rid of the gamer guns.
Showering?
All your gamer abilities, yeah.
Yeah.
I was already watched to begin with, don't worry.
Where's Papa?
That's true.
True.
Don't agree with me. Fine.
Where's Papa?
He said it'll be a few minutes. He's keeping us all waiting.
Here.
Get a room. Good
Oh my
job.
god, thank you!
Yeah, you can eat it.
Is it yours? Oh, nice! I'm so excited. I'm gonna let me cook it. Can I use the
Yeah.
Hey, can we have a separate ship for the lads and gals?
What the fuck?
That's very sexist.
Okay, can we have a separate ship for the British guy?
You can't say that after I've already done it. Like, it's not how it works.
Loud. Yeah, he's so loud.
Yeah,
I'm gonna turn
you
him
can say it.
down. I'm gonna turn him down.
Yeah, same.
I'll be louder.
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh, it's so nice and
The
quiet.
cock chair.
Yeah.
That's because neither of you are speaking.
We're speaking the whole time.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm just vibing.
Oh.
Hi, Larksa.
Am I
It's a nice sound.
I think I'm interrupting.
What's going on?
I
Happening
look
up here?
sussy.
Oh.
I look sussy.
Oh.
Hey, gentlemen.
Oh, you're here.
He's
Oh,
mogging.
that's
He's mocking. He's aura farming.
awkward. Slippery up here.
Bro's got that. I've been expecting you, Mr. Bond.
All that's missing is
expect
the
you to
Mentos
die.
and the Gimp suits.
Drew!
Hey. This is not that kind of stream. We know what I'm on about, but we're not naming it. This is not
That's
that
a new
kind of
meta,
stream.
though, that's a new meta.
No.
We only have one chair left.
I think
Left
so.
bot.
We have to...
I saw the screenshot of the chained chair action.
Yeah, we wanted to get
Yeah.
enough chairs for all of us to chair together.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Chairs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll sit in Lark's lap.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh.
oh. I haven't seen this yet.
Grab him.
Can you grab
I
while
think.
you're sitting?
No,
Yeah.
I
I
have
don't
to
think
get
you
up,
can.
I think, and then do it.
It's like the centipede chair.
Wait.
Oh yeah, I have to grab you.
So grab the. Yeah, get on the
Okay.
chair. Somebody
Oh,
gets
that
on the
shit.
chair, right?
Okay, I get in chair.
Okay, I'll grab it, and then I go sit down, and then I can pick grab.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
Wait.
whoa!
They disappeared.
Are you guys good?
There you go.
Wait, what? the-
Clipped.
Oh.
Yeah, we warped
Yeah,
downstairs.
he gets clipped out of the shit. I don't think that's intended.
No, we gotta do some crazy clipping action in the dungeons, okay? There's the-
Yeah, that's surely not gonna
Yeah.
lead us to fall to our deaths.
Absolutely not. I mean, don't you teleport to the big enough dungeon if you fall?
Oh.
I
I don't know.
think so. If you're inside the dungeon, it should. Unless he changed that.
Yeah.
I actually don't know. So yeah, I don't know exactly where we should go, guys. We need to get enough money. We need to get basically $3,000 to go to that new moon. I think that's should be our like top
Yeah.
priority.
You moon twat.
Are we gonna try and do that this quota, or are we gonna try and finish quota and have a bunch of money and then go?
Well, we don't have enough money right
Oh,
now.
I guess we-
So
Okay, okay.
Well, to be fair,
What if we did
I
like,
feel like we
Titan
can do this.
and got a Giga Loot or something? Well, I don't know. That's a little expensive though.
yeah.
What's the,
Wait,
what's
are
the
you
best?
stabbing
Well,
my
I was
balls?
thinking we could go to the drug map and kill that guy each time, right? Because isn't it easy to find like the gas can and the?
Oh no! what a
yeah, yeah,
nightmare.
in the
Apollo
trippy
dead.
maze or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah. Is what?
Are we
well,
gonna?
Yeah, we could do that.
Was it
It's a-
just
it's a
one
little
gospel?
boring.
Yeah. That's
Boring,
fair.
But
I mean, we could go.
oh, let's do the toy store. Let's do the toy
Yeah, we could
Oh,
do
the Toy
Toy
Store's
Store.
pretty
Toy
good.
Store is
Yeah.
good for money.
We were doing good on Toy Story.
And we
Yeah.
all go in pairs and grab 5 loot at least.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I will find the cake and die through it.
Yeah. No.
yeah.
That's the only thing I care.
It has been 5 minutes and Lepa is still not here. This is
Hey,
unacceptable.
have a shower.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should have just.
Unbelievable.
Maybe we should have just done a day without him.
Maybe.
Maybe we should still just do
Yeah,
it.
fuck it.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We went to the
Yeah.
fucking store.
God,
What the fuck was that?
What was that?
That was
Wasn't
you,
me, I didn't
Larkson.
watch
the
anything.
TNT.
I didn't do anything.
Oh.
It was low side. No
It was Larks. It was absolutely.
Sorry,
was definitely
guys,
Larkson.
I have Taco Bell. Okay, I have Taco Bell.
All right, whatever. Let's just go. Fuck it.
I want
Larks,
your
you-
Classic lag.
Whoa.
Oh,
All right. Yeah, we'll just do a day without Lepa.
Can you fix the car?
Yeah.
No!
Careful. Do not
Wait,
come
is that
over to this
Or
side.
did you get the bag
Oh,
of
shit.
last?
wait, is this the
What did I get last?
Did you get that bag of last? The drink from Taco Bell?
Baja
Yeah, the
Blast.
toy store's over here, guys.
No, I want-
Over here, guys.
Oh. Okay.
I think Larkson and Apollo are already
it
lost.
foggy?
Yeah, it's foggy today.
Oh.
But that's not that bad for this map, at least.
No. It's a very straightforward run.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, man, they didn't want to wait a day for you, man. We're doing one day without you. It is what it is at the end of the day, man.
Oh, did Lepa just show up?
Oh. Yeah, Lepa's pissed, dude.
Well, yeah, we waited 5 minutes, Lepa, and you weren't there. We waited 7 minutes, actually. I didn't know, man. I don't want to keep 7 people waiting for like 15 minutes, so I don't know. Sorry, buddy. Too slow. You can join the next day, though. I don't think it'll take that long. Game's running pretty well right now for me, at least.
Up it that way.
And this way.
There's another path over here to the
Yeah, I think
right.
it's on the mountain.
To the
There's
left
nowhere
is
to go.
is like nothing.
Left's nothing. Okay. I'm going here.
Is this the apparatus room?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Stop in here.
Horsey. Do you want to take it out?
I guess I could.
Why not?
Maybe I should wait a bit. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
The apparatus is that much better money than other stuff. Really.
I mean, it's still like 80 bucks, but yeah, it's nothing crazy. It does make it a
Yeah,
lot
no,
harder
just
to
make
get
it-
around.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody else would be
You
this.
get up.
I think there should be a staircase. Okay. Okay, this is like that. This spot reminds me of SCP so much. It's like always.
We're gonna go down here.
Yeah. Wait, is this where the... Oh, never mind. There's normally a ton of loot in this place. Got a Webley. Oh, a laser pointer. Okay.
I think there's one more fire exit somewhere, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's this way. Oh god. Okay. Trey?
Yeah.
I'll go look this way. Oh. Dead end. We're on the toy store. We came here for the money. The Smasher. Oh, also dead end. Okay.
Mark, this way.
Oh. Where?
Past the crusher.
Oh, okay.
Past the crusher.
Oh god, there's a
Tough
fucking...
time. It's a very slow one. Just come. I think this probably goes to them behind the ship, I think.
Okay.
Oh.
Whew. Oh yeah, there's a radio log here too.
Oh.
Just worth a bit more money. There's like 2 items
this-
back here now still.
Yeah.
I left the piano and the horse. They're only worth like 60.
Can collapse here.
Yeah, I
it's
only
not-
weigh 13. I think this can collapse, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 23. I'm just gonna wait my stamina.
Alright.
Do you want to jump or just run?
I think just running is fine. I think normally if you want to like wait a few seconds for the health of the thing to regenerate. I feel like this map is pretty chill. They seem okay.
It's a giant spider, I think. It's getting spicy.
Yeah.
But yeah, everybody was alive.
I hear somebody.
Yeah, it's me. I'm just trying to find the way back to the bridge.
Oh. Getting spoiled by Larksa. Premium.
Well, they're trying to make it out. I think they're quite lost, though. Oh, wait, maybe... I think they actually found their way out.
Let's go. Everybody living?
My FPS is cooked in the shit right now.
Yeah, it was pretty bad for me. Yeah. Ugh.
Wonder where that dog went. Guys? I think there's somewhere out here. Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Guys? Hello? Hello? Is anybody home? It's fucking bees? Oh! It's like in the fucking wall. What is that? Maybe they were... Where the hell were they? There's no... Maybe they made it back. I feel like they came out one of the fire exits. I'm curious if their loot's like all over here somewhere. I think it's getting kind of late though. Fuck is that?
Oh my god, are you serious? They all
Hello?
got Wait.
I'm here.
Oh,
Open up.
opening.
What happened to them?
Dude, I found all of them and they all got docked at the bridge.
Is there more loot?
Oh,
Maybe, but I think I think it might have just gone because they got eaten. I think.
we got a lot of loot into the ship at least.
Okay, let's
See, I don't see loot on the map.
yeah, let's just go.
Yeah, that was so funny. They asked, what a perfect time. They asked me to do a fucking medium-sized dog park for some reason, and then there's 2 dogs coming at the bridge.
Oh my
They all
God.
get dogged. They all get dogged.
That was good. $1,000. Yeah, Lepa is gonna join now. Well, I assume
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Lepa, are you good, buddy?
Okay.
Sorry, we made you wait, Lepa. It was
I'm not
payback.
sorry. I'm not sorry.
Also not sorry.
I didn't need to make the dog sound. The dogs came just not
Yeah, what the hell?
Bark for me, Troy.
Lobos, give me your best bark. Oh, but that's so good!
That's good.
That's a
yeah.
Maltese. That's a Maltese.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's a Maltese.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me your best
Really
bark.
good one.
Bark
Ruff.
for me, this.
God.
Oh yeah, bark for me, baby.
I think that's a basset hound.
Oh yeah.
Bark.
Yeah.
Let me hear you bark.
Oh yeah, bark.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Show me your teeth.
Oh.
What?
We're role playing.
Where's Lepa? Are we resetting?
I don't know. I'm
Oh.
waiting to see if he's here.
Okay.
I got
Bury
scared by
your
the
fangs
barks.
for me, Lobo.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I wanna hear you.
Apollo, this is going further than I would have thought.
Okay, I'm gonna rehost.
Okay.
He said he's ready. All right.
Man, what took you guys so long? I've been
Shut the
waiting
fuck
for
up,
ages.
Hi.
Hi. Hi.
My God.
Sorry, I was in the sauna.
You're in the
Sauna.
sauna.
You're in the sauna?
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Sauna.
that's so Finnish.
Did you whip yourself with the tree branches?
No,
Oh.
Oh, do
Play
they
Sonic
that?
Golem?
no.
Ah, the truck.
What, you didn't you play Sonic
Oh, the
Golem?
truck's
That's
messed up again.
bullshit.
Yeah, I'll have to fix it. All right, guys, stay clear of the truck side at the start.
Okay,
I'm gonna
yeah.
fix the
Tell me
car.
what the heck.
Roger.
Yeah.
I think Ain said he's joining in like an hour after we start, so I guess he'll be joining
Okay.
in like a day or two.
Okay,
Hey,
I'm taking a
Samson's
cement length shower.
Bro, it was one. There was one time when I wasn't even showering for an hour.
Yeah, no, it was 2
Known
hours.
as the shower Andy now.
I was tired.
Alright, I'm fixing the car. Be careful.
Stay away from the car, guys.
You know, I'm gonna go across the bridge. Might be some good loot here. Alright, what do we got? Oh, it's this place. Whoa, what is that? It's so colorful. I want to go down there. Is that the birthday cake room? Oh wait, that's a fucking ball pit. I don't think we want to go in there.
Here's a
Hello.
building? No. Hello.
I think it's a ball pit. Oh, it's the green apparatus. Yeah, we don't want to take this. It's worth like 300 though.
Yeah.
But I think the ceiling like collapses when we take
It
that.
does. It does. It does for sure.
Maybe we can go in the building where the ball pit is.
Yeah, the bald pit.
Oh wait, Trey's. Oh, Trey is. There's like a giga ball pit down there. How do we get? Okay, I think we can drop onto the edge of this thing. Just don't fall in.
Okay. Okay. Oh my god, okay.
All right, nice.
I'm okay, I'm okay.
Let's go where Trey
Yeah.
went. This looks interesting.
The last time I jumped in, I died. Wow, that looks so inviting though. Can we really not jump in?
Oh, it's kind of scary.
Okay.
Watch out for the hooks.
Yeah.
Anything up here? And where is the fucking loot?
Yeah.
Yeah, the floor is lava. Floor is balls.
Yeah.
There's wood this way.
Okay.
Somebody's here.
Wait, where are you, Trey? Oh, downstairs?
Down here. So there's some there, and I dropped a few items here as well.
Ooh, clown horn.
I can drop 2 items here.
Oh.
You can take those
Oh,
things.
Yeah, top of
I'll
that
take
face.
Okay. Ingredient
Is
items.
there anywhere
Oh,
else?
there's actually one more item here. One more item here. Top of that face.
Do we still want to not sell ingredient items? Or is that...
I don't know. I mean, we're gonna lose our quota, I think. Like, probably soon, so...
Okay, yeah.
We're going. We should probably go back. There we go.
We should try to get... I don't know if you saw, there's like a green apparatus.
Didn't see that, but I heard you guys talking about it.
Yeah. Watch out for the hooks.
Is that good damage to you?
Yeah, they do damage.
I gotta just
It's right here, actually. I just don't know. Wait, the fire exit's right there to the left. You can actually see it.
I don't know if when the thing locks down, I don't know if the on the main entrance is enterable. I think it might lock on fire exits.
Oh, yeah. Where is main from here?
It's you have to go first, like all the way down and north. Basically, you go like north and blah blah blah.
North.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like north and right on the spot.
But
I'm
like,
gonna go take the fire exit.
Yeah, you're gonna take the fire exit? Okay.
Yeah.
right.
Alright, Larksa.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here.
Yeah, let's fucking stroke it. You like that?
What the fuck is that?
Oh, it's like a thing.
Ah.
Yeah.
Where? What the f...
Oh my god, there's something.
Oh wait, I see the
Touching
main.
me. Okay.
Wait, I think somebody's dead down there.
Oh my god. There's definitely something stuck. Like, you see these wires? They
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Okay. What's the...
Alright, Larksa? Where are you? Oh.
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Okay, let's... What?
What the fuck? You what the fuck?
He's chill, he's chill, he's chill.
Okay. Dude. Oh my god.
Hello. Hi. Oh god.
Use the crusher. Use the crusher.
Oh yeah, we could crush him, maybe. But you confused him.
Sorry.
No, not you. I think Lark's, yeah, I mean, it's okay. Oh, he died. Oh!
Oh my god, clutch.
Okay, Larksa, let's...
Yeah.
Alright, Lepo, we're gonna take the fucking apparatus.
Yeah.
Alright, Larksa. Get ready, we got... Oh, okay, follow me, follow me. Do you have stamina?
Yeah, I'm 52 pounds though.
You can drop me the apparatus. Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
This way.
Yeah.
All the way down.
I don't know if Larks is dead. There's like a bunch of loot on the elevator.
Okay. Yeah, gotta wait for that thing to cross that thing, then you can go back in maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe. I'm not sure, but maybe.
Larks, I'm sorry. Well, Larks' loot should be up there. Hey, we got the apparatus, though. Oh my god, it's 9 p.m. Holy. I got the
I have to
big
roll.
apparatus. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
Oh no. Audio, please.
Damn, we got 4K. Doing good. You can go into main, Lobos, if you want. I'll stay here since you have the girl. Wait, did he die?
I mean, it's 10 p.m. No, no.
There's some loot at main. I mean,
Is there? Oh.
yeah. Or it's
Okay,
like it's like on the elevator. I think they're trying to get it.
You're the only one up?
I'm not sure. Were you guys able to get the loot?
There was no loot.
No, there's like
a bot.
there was like 5
They're
floating
like
in the
a-
air. I saw.
Oh, that's why I didn't see him.
Yeah, there was like a locker swarm at the entrance because like a butler died or something. So
Oh yeah.
Probably.
I think I sent
But I think
Lobos
the
to his.
ceiling was still
oh,
going
his
down
teleport.
or something slowly.
I see. That's alright. Alright, let's just get out of here.
Is the girl coming with? Girl.
Oh yeah, we should have looted. Teleported the bodies.
Oh,
I got Apollo. Nope.
Yeah, $1,000.
Nice.
Guys, there
Easy
was so
thou,
much
easy
loot
thou.
on the elevator.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said,
Well,
but
what did
they
I-
missed it.
I didn't know it was on the elevator.
It's okay.
Just don't
It
die
was-
next time.
It's eclipsed.
Elevator.
Lepa, can you do your
When we
best bar?
died, it like
Oh!
do a medium-sized dog bar.
It's Eclipse, guys. Lock in.
A medium-sized dog.
What about the big dog?
Close enough.
That was good.
Still need like trademark.
See, like.
It's a little dark.
Okay, there's just to be the birthday cake here now.
I'm opening the chest. Careful. Clear out.
Okay.
It's fine.
Watch for tripwires. Watch for tripwires.
True.
Okay.
Right. Mars.
Watch for dogwood.
Where are they?
Yeah, it's very dark.
Did you say low pussy?
It is very dark.
I forgot to scan.
Oh, there's a spoder.
Oh! Oh shit! Oh shit! Spoiler!
Should probably grab a shovel. He's still coming for me? He's still coming for me. Wait, a nutcracker? I'm gonna get a shovel.
Yeah.
Kinda wanna try to kill him.
Oh. You know how that's gonna end this.
I almost got him the last time.
Yeah, and then you got greedy.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. I'll go back in for
Here, wait. Stay here, Salad.
Oh god.
Grab a shovel. We're gonna kill him. I
Alright.
bought us stun
Just gonna
grenades.
go-
No, stun grenades are really good. We can stun him and then both just beat the shit out of him before he can do anything. It's like the easiest way. Oh, the fucking ship's all the way over here.
Oh shit, yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna leave the shovel at the front here, so I have more space.
Yeah, that's a lot of shit.
Alright, nice.
No. I have one flash bomb.
Okay. I can do the flashing if you want. I mean, I have one as well.
Okay. The fuck?
It's in front of us. Oh no. I'm stunning it.
This.
Oh my god, so. Give me that shotgun, baby. Salad's dead. Let's see how everybody's doing. Leppa's okay, Larks is okay, Apollo is dead. Oh no. Fuck you. Hello. Look what I got.
Are you gonna fan scrap? Oh, sick!
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that's really sick.
A bunch of people are dead. Let me see.
Yeah.
Trey is alive. Lobos is dead. Salad's dead. Leppa's dead. I killed a nutcracker, yeah.
He got the shotgun, like a true American hero.
It's just me, you, and Larks, I think.
And Lappa?
No, Leppa's dead.
Oh, okay.
We can only go look for this birthday cake just in case, but it's
The what?
fun shit in there. The
Birthday cake.
birthday cake.
Oh, yeah. Is there another nutcracker in there?
I think I heard a nutcracker just as so much.
Okay.
Maybe.
If you want to stay here, Larks, I'm gonna see if I could try to kill a nutcracker.
Yeah, same.
at the main.
Yeah, I think I just heard like just as I was coming in. Nutcracker, but I could.
Okay. Oh, you can grab the shovel if you want, and a stun nade. Actually, I think one of them is a dud. Can you pull the pin on that one or no?
Can I like?
Does it say pull pin at the top right?
You know, it just drops. Throw or drop.
Okay, yeah, because I used one to kill the nutcracker, so.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe there's. I don't know. There's one inside at least, but it's kind of far away.
Yeah. Oh, I hear it. Is it this way? No. Like around, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, that's a lot. lost. Go that way.
He's definitely close. You can like crouch on these things to avoid them like super easily. These like circular things they can't shoot you. There's 2 of them!
Yeah, 2 out of bracket as well.
There's a Bracken crouched
Mark's
behind
alone.
you.
Boxa, please leave.
Yeah, vote.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I am voting.
Vote,
Which
vote.
one is the... I think it's red.
Go Larksa.
Leave.
Me dying, by the way, this saved you from a mimic.
Oh really?
Yeah, he shot the bit through.
Kind of forgot it was eclipsed.
I survived!
I know you
Wait,
turned
there was
around
a
and
clip?
it died to him.
All right, well we got enough for quota. Time to sell everything.
Got enough.
New moon time.
Yep, $3,000 moon.
Oh,
This is gonna be
let's go!
scary. Well, not yet. We gotta sell first. But
I'm excited.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no
Yeah,
one die.
same.
Lorsa.
all right, everybody grab
Don't
4
die.
items.
No one die, Apollo!
No die. Don't talk the thing.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay.
Yeah.
No talk.
It's a lot of tops you got.
I heard screaming.
We can just. I think we should just buy out the shop and sell that stuff.
Yeah.
So everybody just buy like 4 things from the shop and bring
Buy
them.
everything from the shop.
Yeah, buy the shop out and just sell the stuff.
Alright. Ah! Someone farted!
Oh, sorry, my bad.
What the fuck, man?
Hey man, you know, I had a period, I can't help it.
Selling all these parts? Parts are so much. You know, I think we need parts or something, but
Oh, we need them.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that on this like run though.
yeah.
Squeaky. Mm,
What's so in it?
800, I think. 1,000, roughly.
Oh, nice.
What?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
What were you doing there in the corner?
Could we just
Observing
sell
the human
ingredient stuff
heart.
as well?
Oh,
Yeah.
we're doing that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we have to sell.
Enjoy the whole set. Enjoy the whole apparatus as well. That much
There's stuff
special.
upstairs too.
Yeah, we need like 300 bucks. Yeah, definitely sell the chainsaw. That's worth 180.
300?
Yeah.
What's this? Are they
I
gonna
think
make
PG is
it?
gonna have to go.
What about the double barrel shotgun?
Nah, we keep that. There's only one shot in it. Is the safety on? It is, okay. For those who don't know, the shotgun, if you don't turn the safety on, there's a chance when you walk over it, it'll kill you. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's
about
how
the
I
hearts?
kill people on accident
mhm.
in game.
The hearts are
Yeah.
used for like an ending or something, but I don't know if, I don't think we're gonna get to that on this run, probably. I guess let's see how much we have, because they just sold some stuff. I think we might be okay. Yeah, we're good now. And we have
Alrighty.
3,100 bucks. We've got 5 flashlights.
We have 1, 2, but
1 tube?
I'm buying some junky flashlights. Just so we have, yeah, the crappy ones. There's a bunch coming
Yeah.
if somebody wants to help me.
Busy dancing.
Yeah, very busy.
Oh, thank you, Larksa. And Trey.
A Trey is also here.
Yeah.
Ta-dam-dam.
All right.
Shot the nutcrackers with the shotgun.
I don't remember if it's a one shot or not. There's one bullet left in the gun right now, so. If you want to kill the nutcrackers though, the best way to do it is like, you hit them once, and then 2 times, and then 2 times again. It takes 5 hits to kill them. If you've done 4 hits, then they like get faster and will insta kill you. So you have to leave them with like 2 hits left at the end, I think.
I see.
Yeah, their like reload animation is like 10 times faster when they're on low HP. All right, let's go, guys. Everybody's here.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Flashlight?
All right, guys. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
Yeah.
What's
I'm
it
so
called?
ready.
What's it called?
It's called Hicks, and when we go there, it says he knows you're coming.
Oh.
He knows I'm what?
He knows you're coming. It says population assimilated, conditions watched, fauna, the overseer is here.
The overseer.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, let's go.
Well, see, pulls over and
Seems pretty chill.
Let's go.
This kind of reminds me of Assurance.
Excited.
I see you.
I saw something north.
So excited, I'm
super
trying not to
far away,
die.
So I'm gonna go there.
All right.
Look at the sky. Look at the sky. What was this?
Just something.
What
Like
is
a
that?
cosmic butthole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. Coming for us.
I don't like the music here.
Yeah.
The ambient
Main entrance
sound.
this way.
Ooh.
Yeah, the Ian's like, I'm gonna boost my base. Oh, it stopped. The second I did it.
Oh!
What are these rocks?
I don't know. Jump puzzle?
Wow.
Oh, it's
Flashlight is-
glowy!
wait. How do I
What
have
is this?
this?
Oh,
What the
Trey?
Take
heck?
that! Oh,
Where
no.
are you?
God.
Lobos, why did you take
I'm like
that?
behind the
Oh
entrance.
my
I think
God.
it's the zapping thing. Oops. Oh, what?
Oh, it's
Whoa.
Oh my
grayscale.
god, it's like
Oh,
the 1800s.
wow. Yeah, before we had color.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The color wasn't invented.
Oh, I have a present for you here.
What is it?
Oh, laser pointer.
Assimilated spore lizard leg.
It's a new
Wow.
Oh, thank you!
It's got ripped
Oh, there's like a room down here. Oh, Lepa, you in here?
There's a look. There's like a untampered operating panel. I don't
Oh.
suppose you should. You put it in something or something.
Yeah, it's probably used for something. Oh, more loot. Yeah.
Elevator here.
Well, the loot here is worth a lot.
Do we need loot though?
I mean, I don't know.
Aren't you looking for?
No, there's video. Oh, there's kids stuff.
There's what?
Wait, watch out.
Guys? Oh, did somebody die? Larks is dead. I'm leaving some loot at main.
We should probably leave.
What happened to Larksa?
She walked towards one of those bombs.
I can bring the elevator up. Oh, Trey, there's 2 items in here if somebody wants to grab one of these.
Oh, there's something here. Oh, there's a key.
Sure. Just leave the elevator for now, I guess.
What are these? Are these money?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, there we go. Oh, this is what you can buy for like 7,000, right?
Is it?
In the shop?
Maybe.
This is like vintage, actually, not it's like a vintage. Oh, fucking.
Are we just elevatoring up?
That's a good idea.
No elevators. We're up.
Is Lobos okay?
Check that.
The reactor?
Yeah.
Oh, cold storage, yeah. Oh, gift box.
Is this? Which one was this sketch? Here! What the fuck?
What the fuck? Boom. Dude, this guy's fucking camping me! There's a blob coming in. Oh no. Oh, oh, oh my life. Thought I was dead for sure. Time to go home. I don't like that. I think we went to the left here. Get back to the ship. Yeah, I think I see it. It's not concerning at all. Hopefully somebody's alive. Everybody fucking dead, dude? Oh no, Apollo's... Lobos is alive. Salad's alive. Lepa's alive. Larks is alive. Apollo's alive. I can do the horn. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. Why would I AFK outside? Well, if I'm outside, then if there's a mimic, it's not gonna kill me. Is anybody here? Guys? How is nobody here? Are they lost? Oh, hi.
I was lost for so long.
I think Apollo and Salad.
Bro.
I don't know. I'm gonna try to go, like...
Explode.
I'm gonna go try to find them and help.
Good luck. I think things are about to get nasty here.
Guys? Hello? Hello? Is anybody out there? Guys? Hello? Hello? Guys? Is anybody out here? Hello? Everybody is so lost. What the fuck is that?
Are you dying? Are you
No,
dying?
I'm okay.
Oh, I'm dead! Get in!
I'm dead, bro. It's over.
Don't worry, the Meta and Apollo haven't lost since the start of the game.
Bro, what the fuck was that? I guess I should have. That was
Oh, okay, we're gonna have to
fucking
go
tentacles.
Go to the left. Could we exit?
Right in front of the ship.
Maybe somehow they make it. I don't think so though.
Oh,
There's no chance.
can they come outside?
No, it's
They can't. It's so horrible, but-
It took me like 8 in-game hours to find the ship.
I have no
Yeah,
idea where
it's
we are.
horrible.
Same. We got so much stuff.
It was nice knowing
Well-
you, I guess.
Well, is the data chip gonna be saved even if you die?
No, the corpse right there.
Lobos.
Lobos.
Teleport! Where are the teleporters?
Oh,
Hi guys.
you're all dead?
Yeah, dude, we got tentacled at the ship.
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
And they tentacled. Yeah.
Hey, how long were you guys watching us wander around like idiots?
I
Not
had just
for long.
gotten there.
We
I
just
watched the whole
we died at
stream,
like 10
actually.
p.m. Me and Lobos. We were at the
Yeah.
Lobos and I were at the ship, and yeah, like 2 tentacles
The tentacle
spawned
killed
and
you?
slammed, like smashed us.
Dude, we left the building at like midday and we didn't
Yeah,
find
we
the
got
ship.
so lost.
Did anybody find like a video log or like a tape?
Yeah, we
or
did.
Yeah, we found like a data ship thing. Yeah,
Oh, a data chip. Okay. Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see.
so it's
found,
called
like,
Screams or Screaming or something.
Yeah.
Wait, so was it like a tape or it was like a chip?
It was a
It was
chip.
a chip. It was not
Okay.
something you put in the inventory. It was just a chip. Yeah.
Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. But there was like a bunch of big.
There was what's out?
Big crystals nearby.
Salad.
Okay.
A bunch of
Salad.
big crystals.
Salad.
Yeah.
Salad. Bend over.
What?
Oh.
I want to see. I want to.
I see you.
What do you mean you want to say?
I'm mapping it.
Why? For science.
Apollo maps in our map, okay?
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
this
I'm mapping
hand's
it right
grab.
now. Map these nuts
There's
Yeah.
nothing there.
on your face. Did it
Okay, I'm not following
now?
Salad this time.
Yeah, remember guys, the ship is to the
Dude, I
east.
followed
It's to
you.
the east.
It's to the east.
Yeah, to the east. Remember that Salad?
And I stroke
see
it
our
to the
problem. I see
And
our
stroke it
problem,
to the
Apollo.
west.
Yeah.
went so far.
I stroke it to the woman I love best.
Oh my god.
It's a good song.
Yeah, banger.
It's so good.
So do we have to leave it by
Have you not heard this song, chat?
Oopsie.
What did it say?
Yeah, we want to know the message.
I think it left.
What?
I found a dead baby.
Oh, yay!
Cute.
Okay, I'm gonna put this outside so I don't lose it.
Oh shit, this.
Ah,
In the words of Leon Kennedy, women.
every single time.
What a fucking shame.
Oh, a key.
I'm gonna cut you down to size.
You dissed. You're muted.
He's not muted, he just hates you.
Oh,
Wow.
Papa! Oh wait, that's why you don't talk, because you also hate me.
Jesus.
You're right.
Hold on. I was stroking, but I don't know where it's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
playing. All right, that's enough stroking. Who just died? Oh, Leppa.
Lappa. Yeah.
Classic
He
Leppa.
said fuck you and then died.
Guys, there's something growling.
Hmm.
Oh, that's
Somebody
my
got like a
stomach,
mess.
I'm hungry.
Oh, people got messages. That maybe that's like a new moon or something.
Yeah.
The dog eating me.
Dead end. Ruff.
Yeah, it's over there.
Growling.
The dino. And a fucking
Wait, there's a.
beetles.
Wait,
Yeah.
the dog?
That's.
Let's go the other way. Come with me.
Oh my god. I have so much food.
Ooh, hoarding bug head. Are you full?
No. Space.
Oh, yeah, grab some of this stuff. Okay.
Okay. Do we need to go and take the rest of it?
I'll take it, I guess. I'll drop the shovel. Kind of wondering if there's a fire exit here. Larksa? You good?
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't know where you are though.
I am
Oh, I see you.
looking for a fire escape. I'm in like the server room.
Okay.
Can you get over here? I can wait for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I see you. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm kind of scared too. Wait, are we at main? Wait, what is this? There's so much fucking loot here. This is crazy.
Yeah, I know. I'm
Oh my god, look what I found!
Oh, yay! Okay, I left some of my loot at main, but I'm hoping that somebody
Okay, I
saw
think
it.
we need to go east, presumably. Let's try going this way.
Alright.
But we
There's a
might also
worm.
be past the ship, potentially.
Yeah. Well, let's assume that we're not.
It seems like we kind of are, but yeah, we can go up this way. There's a compass at the bottom of the screen. It's kind of hard to see, though.
Hmm.
I feel like the ship is...
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Need
probably
someone to
down.
warn it.
I think it's probably this way.
Yeah, I found it. It's right there. To the west.
Okay, nice. Oops. Oh yeah, we're right here. Nice. This fire exit's actually pretty close to,
Yeah.
maybe we should go back to the fire exit, because there was so much loot there.
Yeah. I also left some loot at main.
Somebody else might get that.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you're still alive. You made it back. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
How many people are dead?
And 3.
Oh, this is a key. Like the untampered operating.
Hmm.
This is a key.
Is there a logging machine? Oh yeah, there is. I'm gonna see what this does. It's not bugged. I think it's bugged. Classic. Did anything appear for you guys? You weren't paying attention?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think Lobos died. Oh no, he's fine. He's outside.
I'm gonna go
scared
to.
of tentacles. I'm scared of peeking
Oh
out.
yeah.
Oh, the tentacles are coming closer.
Oh no!
Wait, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
Is everyone
right
else
there to
dead?
the southwest. If you stand
Did
up here,
Lobos
you can
die?
see
He was alive before, but now
No, he's dead. I think we should just leave. We have these messages. Yeah, let's.
Ah, body pile! Let's jump
Yes, so
in!
cozy!
I wonder if these messages unlock something.
Oh god, I'm out of
Yeah, I'm
bounds.
gonna have to rehost, unfortunately.
Oh, why?
So I can. Well, I think these unlock. These might unlock a moon, but it's not working. It's like bugged out.
Oh,
I turned those in, by the way, to the thing.
Did anything pop
But-
up?
No, nothing popped up.
Hmm.
They're just messages.
Maybe it's not for a moon
I
then.
will see you perish, Larxa. Mark my words.
What the? Oh my god.
What did you do?
What did you do?
well, he said fuck you, and then he ran past me and exploded.
I don't curse.
That sounds like karma.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, right, you do not say the Lord's name in vain, I forgot.
Hurricane. Cool. By the way, those tentacles can come up during the day too.
Oh, okay. I
They
guess
don't
you just.
track you very well. It
Oh.
missed me, but
Yeah, I thought you
yeah, because
died.
I was in the ship, I think.
Yeah, that
I
makes
died
sense.
to a dog inside. Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Well, let's. I guess these messages are just lore. Maybe they don't unlock anything. There is apparently a moon we can unlock on this planet, so I don't know where it is.
Cool, we do have this key. Maybe this key can unlock something.
Are you sure it's a key?
It says key when you scan it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, are you sure? It says untampered operating
Tampered
panel.
operating panel, yeah.
Oh, weird. Maybe my thing was bugged.
There might have been a key under it.
Yeah.
I have
Them.
taken this place. Take my seed
What the? Take my seed.
Wait, are we rehosting?
to another.
No.
That fucker just.
Let me take you.
Wait, did somebody leave?
Let me grow.
Only me then.
Is that everybody's still here,
I
right?
heard him say it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, hurricane.
All right, guys, let's find whatever we need. We got one last day. Oh, I'm gonna go to the fire escape if you wanna come with me, Lobos. It's pretty close, the fire escape. Larks and I took it. Careful for the hole. There's a hole.
The green grass grows all around.
We're going to the fire escape. I don't know, just to approach different angles. Oh, it's this fucker.
Oh, this
Yeah!
map.
It's not good if we all go in the same spot.
Yay! Mental asylum.
This way. Why is it black and white, eh?
I don't know.
I'm
the
gonna
world
hold your
is not
hand when
black
I
and
say it. I think you're colorblind because it's pink. Yeah,
Ink.
I think you're colorblind.
Sure, it is pink.
That's cool. What is this?
Cozy. That's the best room.
Lark, did you see this? What the hell is that?
Wait, what are they looking at?
Oh my god. Apollo!
Is Lepa bullying you?
Yeah.
What?
No,
They
she's
take my
colored.
seed.
Oh, was it the guy? Okay.
This guy?
Yeah.
What?
Like for planting?
There's a spike trap, careful.
Planting seed. Oh, spike trap, spike trap.
Oh,
Going around.
It's all locked.
Look at it.
Oh, it is.
Look at.
The fuck was that?
What the fuck?
Ooh, spoiler egg.
What's up?
Nothing here.
There's like a million locked doors to the right, but
Yeah, I'm gonna go this weird dark room here. I don't think there's anything there.
okay. Oh, you're gonna go in.
This
All right,
big
yeah,
house,
that's a
yeah.
good idea.
Are you going into the dark?
Oh boy.
Should we stick together or just
Probably. I don't know.
something down there? Something all the way down there.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
try dropping this for funsies. It doesn't drop down. God damn it.
What a spider. Oh.
Yeah. You could try to get across, I think. I think it does. It gets hit by some armor. That's the hard one, I guess.
I got him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Convenient that this is kind of a fast one, so.
Yeah. True.
Oh, no. I guess it's back fully.
Okay. Hmm. I got a laser pointer.
Nice.
What? Hmm. Where even? Oh, I guess the
Keep
store.
walking left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we found. This might be the way.
Possibly.
Hmm. Look a bit deeper here, see if there's anything. Oh, somebody got the apparatus. Oh my god. Right or left? Sure.
I hear something. I don't know. Oh, okay.
What is that?
The forest here.
Oh. Oh. What's up?
Are still loading for stuff?
Yeah, I only have one item, so
I mean, if you want, you can drop that one from because I'm like,
yeah, sure.
Well, I guess
I'll take the key. It's fine. Yeah, I'll keep looking. You can go back. Jesus. I'm in the kitchen. Can you actually go through this thing? Oh, God. Should probably just go back. Where did I drop that? Oh, he took one of them. This bastard. Well, Trey made it back. I'm just trying to find like a videotape or something. I don't know. We might have to come back to this planet later. It's fucking 8 p.m. Hopefully I'm going the right way. Oh wait, I just realized if there's tentacles at the ship, he's gonna... I think I'm going the right way. Oh my God. I'm here. I'm coming. My God. Oh, there's tentacles. Oh, Jesus. Oh no. I should have ran out. I should have ran out of the ship, man. I should have sacrificed myself.
What happened?
Ah, dude, those tentacles are so OP. What is Lepa doing?
He's stuck.
Oh.
Stop, yeah.
He's been stuck for like 10 minutes.
See, I'm doing half a circle. Half a circle.
Screaming for Trey
Like
to
we
go
agreed,
fucking
if
pick
nobody
him up.
teleports me, I'm gonna strangle some cocks.
I was looking at him. He wasn't like doing the fucking thing.
doing
I was
half a
like,
circle.
is
Yeah,
he, does he
every
need help or
time
no?
Anybody says, I thought you were a
Every time you
mimic.
looked at him, he was just
Punch
kind of
them in their
spinning a little bit, and
mouth.
as soon as you went off, he'd start doing it.
Please just see me doing a half a
think it's
circle,
over.
please.
Back to
Everybody else
company.
dead?
Back to the lobby.
No, somebody just returned stuff to the ship. That's impossible.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Clueless.
Impossible, he says.
Oh, hey,
Hi, buddy.
Lepa.
Like you're singing.
Lepa, strangle my
Yeah.
cock first.
Oh, me next, me next.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Third.
Yeah, I'm never going into a dark room anywhere anymore.
Yeah, I dark room. I
No.
didn't know what happened.
Well, guys. It was a good quota. Yep.
I think we're cooked.
And we did not find whatever we needed from that planet too, so
Yeah.
rip.
No,
Say goodbye to the shower.
As you have not met the proper your performance has been deemed below standard.
I'm gonna go sit in my
Welcome
chair.
to our disciplinary process.
Okay, everybody hold each other's balls. Ah! Ah! What the fuck?
It's over.
I didn't get to level up.
Oh, Larks, I
Yeah.
can't believe you threw that for us. That's fucked up.
Who the hell's eating? Who is eating?
Larks, though.
What are you eating?
Munch, munch.
I'm eating
Eating
Pringles.
Ooh,
I
which
knew
flavor?
it.
Salt.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
Salt.
This is your
Just
very
salt.
own autopilot ship, where you will eat
Yeah,
and sleep
salt
for the
Pringles.
duration of your contract.
Well, we can go to the chair moon, yeah.
Lightly salted,
yourself-
okay?
It's called
To
Ready
It's
complete the
eclipsed.
onboarding
Oh, yay.
process, You will want to check
Fuck,
the instruction manual and sign into your
What?
ship's
There's
file.
lightly
Fuck
salted
it.
as
We trust you will be a
amazing. What the
great
fuck?
asset to the company.
Sour
Great,
cream
great
and
Okay.
asset to the company.
So-
Asset, great asset.
Not too.
Asset, great asset.
Larks, get the sour cream and onion
Undubbing
ones with
Larks.
this.
Good luck, gentlemen.
Okay.
Great, and so we need
Do we need
chairs.
the barbecue
Amanda,
or
why
sour
don't
cream
you
and
buy?
onions?
No, we don't need to get apparatus anymore.
Already? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, zigzag, zigzag. Zigzag, boys!
Oh, God.
There's fire left too. I gotta go. Oh, yo. I gotta run.
This is not gonna end well.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Oh, what is this?
Watch out! There's a mimic chasing me. Hopefully kill him.
It did not kill him.
Okay, I went to the little mini path.
He's coming.
Oh shit. Don't go right.
Oh, I went right.
Oh.
Oh, there's a room in. Oh my God.
There's room, but oh no. I hit a dead end. I might. Who's he after?
I don't know.
Bro.
I think he's after you. Oh no, he's after me.
Oh god. There is a path here, but. Where? This?
Coming.
Okay. Follow my voice. Okay, this is immediately, so watch out. Yeah, that's just
Lobos! No, Lobos is dead.
Oh, yeah, they
Ooh.
broke me out that bullet.
No! No!
Yes! No!
That was bullshit.
That's good. That's great. I like that. Oh, Trey. Oh no.
No, Trey.
Somebody else.
We're not gonna get any loot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Eclipse. Like,
Yeah.
There's like no loot in there.
What
What am I
the
supposed
fuck?
to do?
Dude, this sewer
Oh, he's
is
about to get building
so
smashed.
bad.
Yeah.
Take me home.
Oh, what? To the place.
hemorrhoids. Going to the ship alone. Who is here?
Hi.
Because he got back without any issues.
Why aren't you
You
fulfilling the
guys are alone! I'm alive! I already did so much work.
There's nothing here. You brought nothing
Yeah,
back.
I hid it upstairs. Don't look, don't look. I hid it up. Don't look, don't look, don't look.
There's nothing there.
That's it.
Us, the commanding officer, in the absence of other people, I am ordering you to step outside the ship. You are hereby excommunicated from the ship.
Don't do it.
Looks like it's just the two of us. Just the two of us. Let's leave.
Let's go.
What a run.
I'll throw Larks out.
Oh, yeah, we don't need her.
What?
Did you hit stuff?
What the?
The betrayal.
Yeah, ultimate. That's crazy.
$5?
666.
Oh, loot, but
Well, you didn't bring back anything.
I had a lot of loot though.
at least we have each other.
Yeah,
True.
useless teammate.
Yay.
Holy.
All right, let's go
Yeah.
again.
Can't
It's
believe you guys
chill
all
this
died
time.
like that.
Let's go.
Oh.
Chill.
Oh, it's not like that.
What did you do that entire time, Apollo? Hmm?
Me, I
Oh, we were-
survived it,
While we were all in the fight
and I got so
for our
much
lives.
loot.
What were you?
Larks, 2 people are dead, bro. What is
Wait, how many
happening?
people die?
I don't.
Who
I think.
died?
I think there was a bit of desync.
Oh, you think they glitched? I feel like they just jumped out too early, but maybe not. Oh, good God. Oh, I got a chair. Oh, no, I don't want to sit down. How do you fucking... Oh, okay.
Holy giga concrete. Large cardboard box. Don't go there.
Go to the left. This thing seems pretty slow.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh. Oh, hello.
I think we're on the other side of the wall.
Okay. I'm at two fires.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Oi.
Oh, hello. Fucking now,
Hmm.
Oh, fuck off.
Aw.
Yeah.
Pencil sharpener.
There's a little bit of loot in here, I reckon.
Got a laptop.
I just have to figure out. Oh wait, there's a walking cane here if you have room.
I could maybe get to you. Are you full?
I'm pretty sure. Where are you? Oh, here. There's a walking cane, like right here.
Oh.
Yeah, look at you looking all distinguished. God damn. I don't know how to get out though.
We have to go under this, like, crusher, I think, to get back. Unless there's a fire escape. Well, I heard Lobos was... Oh, this door is not open. Oh, it's locked. I see.
Yeah, I unlocked that door, and then there was another locked door behind it.
Yeah, I think it's this way.
Oh, hey. Is there an escape anywhere around here?
No, it's back to main.
Oh, there's a locked door over here, Trey.
I have keys, yeah. But it's this way if you have. Yeah.
I don't have much. Trey, Salad, you can.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I don't get squished. Fuck it.
Yeah, if we go over this way.
Okay.
Oh, that sucks.
Is there nothing else anywhere here?
I don't think there's anything else that's locked. No. Two keys for that, for nothing. Is it over this way? Oh wait, no. It's a dead end. Oh yeah, this is the trap. Now I'm a little bit more confused. This might be the right way. Nope, never mind. God, dude. Where the fuck is the way? Is it through this way? This seems like a dead end. Oh, wait, no. I wonder if anybody got that cardboard box. I guess somebody probably did. Alright. Oh, there's people. Hi, guys.
Hey. Look at you holding that concrete.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd it go?
Oh?
Well, we got 500 bucks.
Sorry about
Is
that.
anyone else still alive? Oh, Trey's alive. I'm gonna go check out this other fire escape, the one that, like,
Okay, does...
spawned. Oh my god, it's so dark. Oh, this is the double fire exit Lobos was talking about. Oh my god. Come on, give me a pickaxe. I want to kill this fucking thing. I should honestly just buy like 2 shovels at the start of the quota every time. And if we have a pickaxe, I could try to kill him. Otherwise, I'm not so sure. It is so hard to see anything. Oh my.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get out of here.
Oh yeah. There was a room yesterday with like 10 items in it. I just.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Yeah.
Wait, we still have
We go
car.
so far. Yeah, we have a
Yeah, the
perpetual
car's
car,
like-
I guess.
Just sticks
Wait,
around.
dual?
Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't get, like, removed. Not really a big deal, though. The car's kind of a meme.
I'll drive car next time.
Dude, me and Lava glitched through the fucking ship.
Oh my
We
God,
didn't
you
even
fucking
jump.
glitched through it?
We
Nice
didn't even
one.
jump. We fucking
I'm sorry, guys. I was wondering about that.
Skill issue to me.
I think Ane's gonna join, so we're gonna have to
Okay.
rehost real quick. Alright.
All right. Okay.
Restart game just in case. It's okay for now.
Anus.
Oh my fucking
Okay, I'm gonna do my deepest bark, okay?
Nice, nice.
Jesus Christ.
What is that?
Wait, was that a bark?
Yeah, we were doing deep barks.
Oh.
Where's Anus?
Should be here in a moment, hopefully.
Okay. Alright.
Whoever put themselves behind the thing, don't complain if you get stuck back there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Where did you flush to the floor?
Right here.
Okay, here where that works.
Yeah, but like on the balcony though.
Beep 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 boop beep 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 boop beep boop.
What the fuck is?
Oh, you were outside.
Yeah, I was on the balcony.
Access terminal. Kill leper.
No.
That's finally shut him up.
Oh,
Oh,
Paul!
here he is.
I have a new
Hey,
button
buddy.
recipe. Wait, come upstairs, I'll tell you.
Oh.
Okay,
Hey,
great.
hey, can you give me a
I don't
favor?
know what it is.
Yeah, what up?
Step into my
Can you
office.
bark for me, please?
Okay.
My dog would go crazy right now if I did that, so
Okay, so
probably
I have
not.
a new recipe
guys.
and it's
Probably
viral.
not, Dad.
What?
Oh wait.
Alright,
I'm
don't
gonna
fall
wait
out of the
for-
ship, guys.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh my god.
I was gonna tell
Yes, can you fix
Paul my
the-
recipe.
Alright,
and
how
I
are we
was
doing?
ready.
What's the situation? So we must
Okay.
be close to winning, right?
Totally.
Started.
Ham with salted Pringles and you pour chocolate in.
More cheers.
Only found one the last time. Lucky.
Could come here again. Next quarter.
Yo, what's up, Wesley? We've been playing your mod for like a month straight. It's been super fun, man. Oh. We made it to Hicks for the first time today. Did not go great though. Oh. Hi, buddy.
You fucking ass.
No, I'm gonna follow it.
This place is huge. I don't know if there's anything here though. Yeah, we kept dying to the tentacles. When it got late at night, they'd just slam us in the ship. I think it's better to not be in the ship when the tentacles are there. Hmm. Oh, maybe over here. I think I see like a building. Oh, maybe not. Not leading us the right direction, it seems. I feel like we gotta go up. You see a staircase up anywhere? Maybe here? No.
We need to go up.
Need uppies. Oh, there's an elevator right here.
Go up. Yes. All the way up there. Is that the elevator?
Mm-hmm. Are you down below?
The noise? I'm down,
Oh.
yeah.
You wanna come up?
Sure. Oh, wait.
Hey, team. Oh, it's the A team. Okay, okay.
Hi, guys.
I brought the truck. I brought the car so we can load up.
Okay.
Oh, that's why
Is there more
oh,
stuff?
I'm gonna drop the stuff down the elevator bit, I guess.
Like most of this stuff's been looted already. Oh, there's something in there?
Laptop just chilling.
Okay.
I heard a smasher. I don't know where it is though.
The next update, they won't be able to kill you in the ship.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Oh, wait, has this building been fully looted? Oh,
I don't know.
it
I fit.
hasn't.
Oh really?
It hasn't, but there's a stump with a smasher and stuff.
Is there there's a door right here.
Okay. Oh god. Oh, my stuff. Is there more in there?
For me, I'm only here.
The blue folder
This is a good strap.
and a key.
Here to...
It's not heavy. I don't know the way.
I'm not heavy, I'm light.
Is there anything else in there?
I don't see anything else.
Seems like it's just a dead. Oh yeah, it's a fire escape. There's a fire escape over that way. I don't know if you want to take. How much loot do you have? Just one?
Just two things.
Okay.
Just a key and something else.
I feel like we gotta go.
There's did we go this way? There's a stairs up over here.
Yeah, we could check that out. Actually. Oh yeah, no, it still goes higher.
Oh. I found the green apparatus here.
Oh. Okay.
Oh boy.
We should probably try to get that. It's all the way. Oh, I see.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure exactly.
Yeah, we gotta get back to the. I mean, I guess I'll take it. I don't know. Oh, there's a metal rod here. Trey, hold on. I'm dropping this to you. Alright, fuck it. I'm taking it. I'm coming. This is the way for the
Yeah, I think the
elevator, right?
Yeah. You get the strap down. You get the strap down here.
Oh.
Smashing?
Yeah.
When
Bunch
they
of
take
loot
the
in the
apparatus, the
elevator, I
ceiling
think.
collapses.
Oh, yeah.
You can drop. I drop.
Wait. We got a little bit more. We're coming.
Okay, thank God you brought the car.
Thank God. Driving. Oh, Lepa. Oh, shit.
Oh, Lepa's driving. That's good. He's Mr.
Don't worry, I'm not that drunk.
Alright, let's go, Lepa.
Ah!
Whoa.
Push. Thank you. Oh, where did that rock come from? Yeah, I'm stuck. There we go. Maybe. Can we fit?
Nice, we can fit.
Get out of the way.
Oh, jeez. There's robots, right? Oh.
Oh god!
I gonna fall to my death? No fucking way, dude! No! I'm safe. Maybe we save this. Come on, let me jump again, you bitch. Dude, why did Zeekers have to make it so you can't jump when you're like I feel like I would be able to save myself from this on the older patch. Oh god, now it's dark. I'm fucked. Oh, dude, the car is horrible every time. And my blue folder. Please tell me they got the frickin' green apparatus, man. There's no teleport, man. Can I bind scroll wheel to jump? I don't think that works. That's alright. Did they get the green apparatus?
No.
Oh my god.
No, we didn't get it.
That's $300. What about the green apparatus?
I was trying to get it in, but
It was in the
died.
car. Yeah. That's alright.
Try
Oh,
to
it's
get
in
it
the...
in.
I knew I shouldn't have taken that apparatus in the car, to be honest. I knew the moment I dropped it.
I'm going to make pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay, it's your pizza!
I'm going to eat Lobos' pizza. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Polo, you got me.
Nobody can drive the car. The car is fucking unusable in this game, unless you do the jumps. Alright, so there's a planet we can go to, guys, called Utril. We need $180 for it. So I'm thinking we just sell like, around that much. Maybe we could sell, I mean, if we want to sell, like, everything, we could get a teleporter too. Maybe get some overtime, get some, like, shovels and flashlights.
Yeah, I think we need the teleporter. If we're tryharding today, then we
You
need
get
the
a port
teleporter.
early on, just sell everything.
I need you to all follow my instructions, okay?
Am I bugged?
Who are you?
Yeah.
Who's the new guy?
literally
Who's the new
just
guy?
Fuck up, eh?
Whoa.
I didn't even say anything. What the hell, man?
Wow,
No, I came
harsh
back for you.
language.
I came back for you. I should have just left you out of the car.
Bro, I was stuck in the chair. Fucking Apollo ditched my ass and then just get carried around.
Wait, I gotta...
So are we like getting all the apparatus?
No, we don't need to. We got the more unlocked.
We got the final moon unlock. Yeah.
Save the chair. True.
On the final moon.
How much money is it for the final moon?
I don't know. Well, the one we went to was 3,000 that you unlock from... Matt, I think we gotta sell some more
Are we
stuff,
selling all
guys.
this?
Hey,
Don't
get
sell the
hey,
chair.
like who's got
Don't
me?
sell the chair.
Hey. No.
Wait, we sell the chair?
Oh, no, don't sell the chair.
No.
Okay, okay.
I'm excited to see what you're cooking up for the new update, though, Wesley.
Maybe like Ella and the Ginsu. Yeah.
How's the game without mod? I mean, Lethal Company is really fun. I've just played it so much. I'm a little, like, burned out on it.
In the background.
250.
We're not doing the gimp suit fucking thing. Oh my god.
You
she's got 2 of them now, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, I saw. I applied to be the third.
I bought some flashlights and some shovels. So if you can grab those.
Yeah, I'll leave that to get.
Yeah, we're going to Utril next. We're gonna get overtime, so I think we'll get like a few $100 overtime. I'll probably buy some more shovels too. I feel like getting like we definitely don't use shovels as much as we should. Shovels are really good. You guys get everything?
I think so.
Okay.
Your wife called me an off-brand Aldi Wolverine.
Alright, is everybody here?
True.
How am I Wolverine?
We're like Wolverine if he had a baby.
Where's
with
Leppa?
Garfield.
True.
Garfarine, that's me.
Leppa?
Yeah.
Yes, you're right, guy. Maybe is this Leppa?
That's Lobos.
Lobos.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lobos.
Leppa is like, wait. Okay, I don't know. Maybe he's in the car or
Is that
something.
all? Is that all we need now?
All right, let's go.
Yes.
Maybe he was hiding in the closet.
Oh.
Just want to make sure
Force them
everyone's
to come
here.
out. That's really fucked.
Did we lose a shovel? All right. Going to a new planet.
All right.
We're going to
You've
Utril.
never been
Let's go!
Nope.
Exciting!
Oh, here, Aim, you buy it. For your adventure.
What?
Your adventures
Oh.
here. Take it.
Oh,
it's
shit,
a walking
okay.
stick.
I'm gonna horrify.
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat your
Whoa,
ass
so
with
cool!
it. If you don't bring back loot.
What the
Here's
fuck?
your plan!
Oh, let's touch one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna touch it.
Lawa.
What's this one called?
Utril.
Okay.
There's stuff down there.
Oh, there's
Someone
a
is
door
down
there.
there.
A main
Oh,
entrance.
there is a door there.
I'm going down.
Unironically, a door there, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go down too.
Oh yeah, you always need to copy me. I see how it is.
Oh, it's like the mouth of a something. Strep.
Oh, right.
You find lore?
Yeah, it's a
Oh my god.
Acid tank. Did you kill Lark, Salepa? Lark's actually dead?
Go on here.
Okay. That's...
She's alive!
Yeah, I have a shower. I have a shower. Yeah. No.
First aid. Anybody got a key?
No, sir. Ooh, egg
But I
beater.
got first aid.
Big hole is here.
Oh, there's an acid tank here.
Grab it.
I believe there's a moon we can find here.
You sure?
I think so.
There's a what?
A moon,
Moon.
that we could find here. I don't know if it's like a scrap item or what exactly. Oh, I got a key.
Oh, Leppa needed one.
Wanna give it to me? Thank you.
Jo, dat zal dat met die bonk.
What? You mean to kill something?
You would like to try bonking an acid tank?
You
Sure,
can.
that's something cool, right?
Oh, Ain. Alright, Ain.
I'm gonna fucking do
Hey,
it.
okay, you
like,
gotta-
someone's gotta do it. Someone's gotta
right there,
do it.
dude.
I'm gonna be the first. Just remember me. Oh god. It's that easy. Never felt better.
I guess it just sprays on you if you go under it.
I actually feel amazing right now.
Is it not gonna stop?
My HP is red, which I can only assume.
Oh, there's the
means
locked
something's
door.
going wrong. Okay, you want to take a shovel?
Research?
Yeah, Harrington Research 1.
Okay.
I
You
dropped
still
it
have
here.
that key, Leppa? You still have the key?
No, I use it.
Okay.
Trey, do you have a slot? Yeah. You want to carry this first aid just in case I die?
Can you actually
Wait, can
heal
I
with that?
Dude, I was literally just gonna ask. I don't know. Here, you want to try?
Is there like a use on it?
No.
Oh,
like,
no.
maybe, like touch me with it.
There's a broken downstairs in your.
Okay. Is there more stuff?
Oh. Well, there's another acid
you
pack up
gotta
there that
jump.
we can hit.
You gotta go jump. But
There's an acid pack up here you can hit.
Yeah,
I mean,
very
I want
useful.
one if you wanna drop something. I can go back.
Okay, here,
Go
take
back.
this. I take this. I'll take the shovel.
Yeah, sure.
Alright, and me and you, buddy.
Yep.
The dream team.
Just like old times.
Don't look at it.
I can't even see where I'm going. Don't worry.
Okay. The bracken was here. Oh, apparatus. Oh, I think somebody took this already. Yeah. I thought I just saw an item there. Did I just get a scan? I swear I saw.
I didn't get anything. Oh my god, are you...
I'm okay.
Well, I'm happy for you.
Are you okay?
I'll be fine, I'll live. Oh, there's a fire escape.
Yeah. Go deeper? Nope. That end. Maybe this way? I don't really feel like there's much left for us to find. There's also a slime here. I might just go take this scalpel out of here. I don't know.
Maybe we can like... Maybe there's cool stuff on the surface.
Yeah, we could explore a little bit.
Oh. Did someone just turn the lights on?
I don't know. A lot of the squeaky shoes guy.
Oh, someone turned it off again.
Maybe they just like flicker on and off. Oh, I see somebody down there. Somebody's walking that path. I think it's Salad.
No, you can't jump there. That is a flip.
Yeah, I mean, you actually might be able to make it.
You might be able to. This is go. Like, I'm standing at the edge. I'm standing at the edge right now.
Yeah, I'm
so.
a bit heavy. How do I get up otherwise? Oh, I can just pop it down here, I guess. Shut up. Pop it up. Walk down.
Hello.
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 I'm teleporting Lappa to fix his attitude.
Did it work?
No! Didn't.
Attitude
Did it
adjustment.
work?
No. Still not. I think it's lost cause. Actually.
Is there like more loot?
Let's see what happens if I scan these.
There's 5 objects outside the ship. Wait, is that accurate, by the way?
It's probably insane.
Did anything pop up for you guys?
No.
Okay.
What the fuck was that?
What?
You
There's
guys
like
hear that?
5 stuff outside the ship for like $500.
Did you hear
I don't know how.
What?
I guess that's just stuff. Well, that's stuff inside the dungeon too.
Hear a thumping?
Yeah?
Oh, it says only
I
3.
hear the thumping.
Wait, 3 now?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this
That's
gap is
it.
just not working.
That was my wife.
Yeah.
No. That was my wife.
Alright, should we just get out of here?
Walking towards my room.
Everyone's here.
What?
Sure.
Or wait, no, Salad's alive. Oh, he's almost here.
Well. Yeah, but think about the
Here
time.
I'm-
For that.
Yeah, we can finally find lots of peanuts.
What? That's right here, Pants
Oh.
Crab.
The micro penis.
What?
My finally
Oh, Salad had some
Oh my
fat loot.
God.
Let's go, buddy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it was accurate. Yeah, 2 objects outside
We
140.
would need,
It was
need
actually
something
right.
even bigger than a microscope.
Sorry. One more microscope?
Well, you see,
Microscope
you actually
means
need
small,
something- Yeah, microscope means small, lads. So you zoom in on things.
Yeah, well, not for my PP.
Wow,
It'd definitely
thousands.
be on PP.
Oh.
No.
I leveled up from an
All right.
Oh,
Whoa!
yeah,
Look at that!
Let's go!
Thank you.
Okay, so now you have to go out, get to loot yourself.
Oh.
Yeah, no more staying in
It's
the
stormy,
ship.
guys. Be
No
careful.
more staying in the ship, Apollo.
Right.
Oh, there's a
Yourself like
spider.
that, okay?
Watch this.
Okay, I'm watching.
Kill it.
Watching.
Oh, is that a spider?
Stay away.
Oh.
Boom.
Wow.
That's sick.
Wow, that was really like nonchalant and aura.
That was so cool, this.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
I'm electric. Careful. I'm dropping. Oh, is there something above? Oh, the rock actually canceled it. Oh.
Oh,
Wait,
there's
it's
a-
so does somebody have a
there's
bug
head
on?
grabber thing.
Okay, come with me. I have a shovel, so
Wait, why are you zapping?
I mean it's fine. We're inside.
So I saw it over this way though. If you want to like pursue it.
Oh, okay.
And Lepo went this way, I think. Oh, here's 2 spore things, and then the head thing was around here too. Oh.
There's a lot of spore lizards on this map.
Spore boys.
Well, I guess let's just stick
big
together
room.
and
Oh, wait, what is acid tank?
if you go
Enemy.
under them, they just like yeah. Oh,
I heard it. Nice. Get him. Yeah. Ah. Get him. Oh shit! I'm getting you. Oh, you got it. Never mind. I thought you auto dropped it, or maybe.
yeah, you do drop it. I picked it back up.
Damn, that was giga. Okay. I got a stethoscope. Let me make sure you're good. Come here. All right.
I'll check my
You don't
heart.
have Pulse.
Oh. Nice Salad. Did you loot the like bridge room behind us?
Yeah.
Oh, locked door. You might have a key.
No. You might find one over here though.
A lot of acid sprayers.
Yeah.
Ooh, this room. Somebody's been here though. Oh, maybe there's leftovers in the lockers. Oh! Is the girl again?
Okay, I don't want to steal my egg.
Anything over here? Nope.
Somebody like locked the like computer door. Oh shit. Dude.
Yeah? What?
There's a headcrab here at me. I'm stuck.
Yeah,
It's
up
in the
here?
ceiling.
Where are you?
Up
Oh, okay. I'm coming.
Don't turn the corner right. Or because it's on the ceiling here. Where? It's right there.
Yeah. I don't know if I should I just put it on my head and then
Oh, okay.
oh.
Get there, buddy. Get there.
Nice!
Big pipe.
Got
You're
him.
all welcome, by the way.
I
You're
got
all
a big
welcome.
pipe. Who wants to help me lay it?
Wait, that was my pipe. What the hell? You stole my pipe. That's fucked up.
Oh, back here. This was
I'll
locked.
remember this. I'll remember this.
Get-
Yeah.
There's squeaky
Did
shoes.
you guys go down this way to the end?
I feel like somebody went in here.
I didn't go down there. Is it locked?
Doors open here at least.
Oh, somebody found the apparatus. I thought. Maybe not.
Get my loot! Get my
Oh god. What the fuck was that?
Face bug. Face bug. Okay, no?
Oh, I have the girl on me now.
Oh, fuck.
The curse transferred.
Oh, shit.
If I touch her when she's like haunting,
Okay, try.
I don't want to try.
Well, man is here.
Main.
What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I get
All right. I'm taking this gift box
Yeah.
out here. Oh yeah, it's stormy. Oh, this is so far away.
Alright.
Oh, my egg is red. What the
There's
fuck?
like a climbable thing here I found. You can like, I get a bit further, but you can like climb that.
Yo, a stethoscope is made out of rubber, right?
That's made out
I'm
of
electric.
things.
Careful, guys. I'm dropping.
Okay, okay.
So you can climb this all the way to the top, but it can be a bit sketchy, I guess. And if we are all in here, we're gonna get shot by one lightning and we all die.
Nah,
Yeah, but
that
at least
won't happen.
we'll be together.
I'm electrifying. I'm dropping here. Oh my god. Oh, that was somebody else.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. And you can jump. This is where I was. Yeah, you can see this way, I think.
I'm electric. Careful.
Electric.
Oh, dude, I'm stuck.
Okay, the stethoscope is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Where's
just
the
jump.
jump? No, you're not making
I
that
mean,
jump.
just jump. Yeah, but you can just jump and slide down here and you're actually.
This? This? Oh my.
Okay.
If you jump against this cliff here, just
well.
then.
Left
Nice.
is dead back where I came from. I'll have to make a trip.
Oh my god, I'm electric! Jesus Christ.
If one of you wants to point out me get left is in a pole.
13 object 1.5k.
Oh, we got a tape. Oh, that's for Featrios. Never mind.
Yeah, Toy Story.
Gonna come try.
Wait, buddies? Do we need buddies?
Oh fuck. Where's the light switch?
I'm coming, buddy. I'm coming.
It's usually. Oh, yeah. Lobos is dead. Oh, he's eating pizza. Pizza.
I kind of want some pizza.
Yeah, same.
I got a good amount of money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the girl's still on me. Are they going back in for more loot?
I think they're coming back.
Okay.
Yeah, they're coming back.
I'm gonna get the stuff. It's all good.
Did you get the stuff?
Yeah, it's all good. Let's see, are they... Oh, they're still alive. Okay. Hey, Larksa. I'll miss you, Larksa. I guess you can't actually get on the ship.
God, dude, I need like counseling after this. I need counseling.
Which one of you picked
Oh,
up
I'm being
Apollo's
haunted.
wallet?
Me, I picked it up, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Looks that. Oh, wait, never mind.
wait, what did they eat?
I'm being haunted.
I'm trying.
We could just go. I think everyone.
The timing didn't really work out that well.
Yeah, this thing exploded.
Oh my god.
Right in front of my eyes, I'm fucking traumatized.
He also did it
It's
to me
okay.
as well.
It's okay. Thankfully, I am the second in command, so I will be taking
Oh
over.
god, it's so over.
And we're leaving.
There's no one else alive.
Oh god.
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm
Oh,
just
look! Demented, I found your
Are we getting an
brain
ending?
on.
Probably
You should
not.
put it in your head.
Well,
You
I
can't speak.
think that would be. I know it's a little too big of a jar.
Also, that's a huge
What?
brain. I'll take
Ew.
that. I'll take
Yeah.
that.
Do you have a question for me?
Ja, nu ska du få smaka på smiskditt.
What the?
All right.
What is that?
Well, we got a lot of money. We got one more day, guys. Hurricane. Let's do it.
She's speaking in tongues.
Something about me spanked.
Listen, when you two get up to your private time, you do not need to learn me. I'll being
Snackar med drottningen.
Is it storming again? Oh no, hurricane.
Yeah, it's hurricane. I'm gonna look around the map a little bit. I feel like maybe there's something hidden somewhere.
As a third in command, I'm gonna follow you guys. Oh my god, I farted.
Can we go this way?
That's nice that you didn't try to steal my position.
Yeah,
I
but
guess if
second
you
in
had a
command is
ladder, you
not
could
bad.
go. Well,
Okay, fine. I'm fortunate.
Curious if there's any like hidden loot. Come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're on one of the new planets. I'll send it up.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, I
Hey.
was fire escape here.
Okay. Where is this?
Like, up where you dropped.
Oh, this is pretty quick.
I don't know, it seems like kind of a small planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Because I think it's just a giant circle.
There's a fire exit that goes straight to the ship.
Oh, really?
Yeah, down here. Yeah, down here.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Down here?
Down here. Yeah, down here.
Key? 2 keys. Oh, it's stethoscope. Oh, I have the fucking girl on me again. No way. Oh, there's a mine shaft over here. Somebody die here? Why am I... Oh, Lepa. Oh, fuck. I think I see why he died. Oh my god, no way. It was still coming. Guys, I need help. Oh, I'm dead. This is what I get for fucking saying... I'm so dead. There's another one! I have 2 on me! What the fuck?
Uh-oh. Ooh, 2 on him? Is that what got you this?
No, I had 2 crabs on my head. Or whatever they're called.
This is not healthy. You should go see a doctor.
Head crabs. Has Apollo just been guarding the ship every round?
Yeah, she's carrying it. To keep her back.
Shut up!
What did I ever do to deserve that? I've been in... No way. Wait, did she actually leave or is she just running? Oh, it's fine. I don't even know whether she left the lobby or she just left to do something else. I don't even know. I don't even know where she's gone.
I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll be right back.
I have to take my leave. Professor Harrington, over now.
Hi. Oh my god, they're all dead!
They're all dead. Big pile of dead.
Oh my god.
Alright, I'm back. Yo, Ruble, thank you for the 116 months, man. Thank you, dude.
I'm about to die. The girl's coming for me.
Oh no! Wait, that's so scary.
That's
Can we
good.
just lock the door?
That's good.
No.
Salad's going.
Salad? Oh, hi. You're the big- you're the last one alive. You need to go.
Oh, we got some stuff. Nice.
There was a bracken inside.
Yeah, I saw it. It was so scary.
Did I walk back? Look, I see fucking. When I turned around, the guardian was just in my face. Yeah, Apollo killed everyone in the ship. That's fucked up.
What?
It's crazy.
Yeah, they looked at me weird.
I'm never diving again.
Dude, they stole my Pringles. It's fucked up.
That's so rude.
That's so bad.
Apollo snapped your neck.
Oh
Wow.
man, just as
Oh,
I
wait, me next. Me
just
next.
as I made some spaghetti.
But you need to work out your neck more so it's stronger. It was so easy to snap like a twig.
True skill
You
issues.
gotta start doing strokes, Lobo, so it's harder to snap your neck again.
I need giga thick neck boys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Redfield.
All right. So there is something we missed on that moon. There is 2 other moons we can go to, though. I'm trying to remember what they're called. I think one is Rort,
What the fuck is this, Des?
What do we miss on
Why
the?
does
What
this
do we
look
miss
like
on
the
the?
company?
because we are at the company. Just to sell stuff easier. I don't know.
What the-
Do you guys not like it here?
We missed on the.
That's the worst idea I've ever heard.
What the fuck?
What'd you say we missed on the moon?
I'm doing the Easter egg.
Oh, release is
Dinosaurs or something?
1750. Well, I think we should go back to that same moon because there's something we missed. There's like a there's a moon that we can
Just give the
unlock.
rest to me.
I don't know how, but I don't
that,
think we
right?
have it. I can try to. I mean, I scanned these logs and they didn't give
198,
anything.
That's all we needed.
This, you need to pour chocolate in the Pringles can and let it solidify
What
and
the
then eat it.
fuck?
It's like a new viral
Fudge?
food. Yeah.
Oh, we
it's
sold a
new
lot.
viral food.
I do enjoy Christmas
So,
chocolate, so I
by the
can't even knock that
plastic
one.
thingy.
Yep. Salt and chocolate.
Yeah, exactly. Like, just grab some chocolate and
Salty
then eat
balls,
some crisps
you know.
after it. No,
I
it's not
love
quite.
salty nuts.
Yeah, chocolate salted nuts. Oh, shit.
Oh my god, bussin'.
Bussin'.
Yeah. Bussin'.
Bussin'.
All right, I'm getting us 2 ladders.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Still
Didn't a drink,
still.
Burbank.
Okay.
I feel like maybe it would be useful for the
Yeah, probably.
if we're gonna go back to that same moon. I got it all.
Got it all?
Yeah.
Okay, I made a torture room upstairs.
Is that
Alright.
not just your room?
Yeah, I recreated it.
It's literally just a chair. Where are all the plushies?
I
Oh,
moved
looks so
them.
good! I love it!
Okay, then we can put the skull here, just like for the last person that died.
Oh! I love it!
Yeah.
Interesting.
Where's Ain?
I don't know.
And
Sure. That's what we
He
need.
didn't die, did he?
No, I'm
No way.
here.
Okay.
Where are you?
I was on top of the ship.
Oh. I know where.
Where am I?
I know where he is.
All right,
Is he in
we're
the
going back.
I think so.
Wait.
He's not. Wait, where is he?
What the hell?
I'm gonna teleport him.
I'm on top of the ship.
Jesus Christ.
Firing is well done.
There's got to be something here, but where? Where is it?
Just what?
Maybe that one fire exit? That was like across the gap? I'm gonna grab a ladder.
Like, can you just like cross this gap here? No?
I don't think so.
Here, maybe? Like, it's like this corner here seems to be kind of.
I feel like we might need 2 ladders though, no?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, this still seems kind of sketch. I guess it's fine.
I think it's one. Really good, like fast way to get that out.
Yeah,
But you can jump actually back just fine.
true. Oh my god.
Oh. Yes. Oh, just hold.
I found it. Locked door. 2 locked doors. Oh.
Oh, yay.
Get stick bumped. Oi! What?
What the? Where does this one go? Oh, this one. I feel like I don't see anything outside. I don't.
I have a key. Did we need a key somewhere?
There was like 2 locked doors near the start.
Oh my god, I just saw that happening!
What? Oh. Oh.
He got back in the water.
Yeah.
Poor Leppa. I'm gonna see where this fire exit goes. Oh wait. Never mind. This is.
Alright, you guys.
I dealt with the spider.
Yeah, this is the one we went
I'm
through.
so proud of you.
We lost a few
here.
members, but it was
There's.
Yeah,
Oh, you.
sacrifices must be made.
sacrifices must be
Made.
Spencer's vision.
Live for me.
What the?
That's
Another
not mine.
casualty of war.
Oh, there's another spider! Adra!
Yeah.
Kill it!
Okay, the last time I killed the spider. Holy shit, what a shoot spider. There you go.
Oh my god, what
I
a
got him.
Chad!
Spiders are easy to kill at least.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah, I saw everyone kill one with a key.
It's-
It was crazy.
I have no idea where people have been.
Ooh, acid.
Oh. Somebody missed a pipe in here. Worth $84.
What the? I even went in there. Crazy. I have a key.
Maybe, is there anything up here? Nope.
Empty!
Can you like go up?
Oh. The loot bug has Leppa!
We just gotta follow the loot bug.
Oh my god, I killed Ain. I killed Ain. He was like, oh Ain, I'm sorry.
It's okay, you got a key.
I got his key.
Okay, nice.
Oh, the Bracken's here.
Okay. I have a stethoscope.
Okay, you can maybe revive Ain with that, totally.
Yeah, I think
maybe
so.
we should just go out.
Okay.
Where are we? Oh, the ship's right here. Okay, we can just jump here.
Okay.
Just slide on the wall.
Yep.
Oh, there's a spider here.
What's your weapon, eh?
Lava broken aim spider.
I'm gonna kill this spider. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go grab the ladder that we left up there. Spider killed Ain, yeah.
It's like canyons with like some things.
There's gotta be like there's gotta be something on this map. 'Cause I know for a fact there's a moon that unlocks from this map, but I don't know where.
Okay, I will go adventure those signs and maybe I can find one.
Okay.
I'm gonna go out.
Maybe if I go up this ledge? I don't think I can get up that. Maybe if I double ladder. Don't think that's where I'm supposed to go. Oh, you can climb down here. Oh, it's just here. Okay, maybe this way? What's over here? And I don't know if anybody went over here. This looks... Oh, wait, somebody found... Wait. Hello? Somebody found something. Okay. I guess somebody got it. I don't know. I don't know where it is, but I'm gonna go back. No, my ladders! My ladders! Hold on, I'm... Okay. Good job. Good job. Where was it?
I don't know, I was just walking and then I
Oh, okay. All right, hold on. I gotta get my ladders back. One sec.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Where the hell were they? Oh. Holy shit. That's a lot.
We'll survive. Yeah.
All right, yeah, let's go.
I still haven't found
Oh, I think I found it.
Dairy me. Aaron, what do you have to say for yourself?
Damn, that bracken was scary.
In the water, dude. That was.
Yeah.
We gotta. All right, so we got.
Turned and I saw him doing it to you.
I think you have to apologize, Aiden. Apologize right now.
Apologies, Ainurun.
Yeah, that was way messed up.
Apollo, I found a new moon!
Yeah, it's called Cubitrace.
Oh, it is that one.
I
Nice.
think you're muted.
Yeah, it's 1500 to go to it. So
15.
Oh.
we have 3
Oh,
moons
it's
that we
flooded
haven't
here.
seen. Yeah, I guess we'll just go.
Speak.
There, here, I can show you guys. There's a really good way with a ladder to get to the fire escape.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so no deaths this time, right?
Larkster, how did we find the moon?
0.
All right, follow me, guys. Follow me.
I was
Yeah, right.
following the lab.
Follow me.
Like this lab with that test tube.
Ooh! This is sick!
I can't believe you found it.
Wow!
Oh, but
Almost got pushed off.
you push yourself off. There was no one there.
No.
There's no one there.
All right.
Bro, I was fucking muted. I didn't
Oh,
even
it's
know.
this place.
I thought you guys
told you
We have.
Bro,
the,
I
only
was-
way,
I-
the only way through is here.
my
The-
apologies.
Let's fucking
My
go.
apologies was
Okay,
insane.
bye.
Insane.
Oh, Jesus.
It was a crazy
I've
apology.
never
Oh,
been
hey.
here once. Oh, Pincus Lotus. Alright.
I'll go with Trey.
Oh, keys? Any keys?
Nope.
Stethoscope. Clock. Nice clock. What is it?
Ooh, gift.
Ah,
There was another path back if we go just like all the way back.
back to the portals. The teleport.
We don't have to go through the portal,
wait.
but yeah.
Oh, look at you.
Hey
The
guys.
Black Rose is in there.
There's someone else here.
I don't think there's something there though.
Oh wait, there's
Okay.
a key here. Hold on. There's a lock.
Oh, it's the fucking haunted apparatus. I mean, if somebody wants to grab it, just one.
What happens if you grab it? Do you die?
You have to like run.
Yeah, you gotta run.
You have to be empty.
The
Only
basement's
apparatus.
over here.
Alright, they got this. Oh, fire exit. Maybe fire exit.
Nice.
You wanna try it? Do you have loot?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna see. Oh. Wait, is this where Larksa found the map? Not coming back to confirm it's safe? Oh. Yeah. It's okay. Oh, hi. This guy's so cute. Oh my god. Wait, where the fuck am I going? I guess it is this way. Oh yeah. Right here. This map is pretty chill so far. It's a lot of spore lizards.
It's a lot of dead people.
Oh.
No, but don't worry, Apollo. This map is chill.
Ooh, a
Yeah.
new log?
Ooh.
What did that do?
I found that.
Did anything pop up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Desolation? Okay, so it did unlock a
am I
new
so
moon.
high?
Okay. I'll have to like
Yeah.
rehost just so it's fixed then. So it didn't unlock for me.
Oh.
I can't believe you stole Archer's Pringles.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You really messed up.
Did I just see somebody down there? Flooded on this map doesn't seem to really do much.
What is this map now?
The flooded weather?
Right. Well, the mansions were flooded.
Oh, okay. I see.
You could just run it. It's fine.
Is everyone else dead? Oh, Trey?
Lobos.
Oh, Lobos is here. Nice.
Yeah. You were
What time is
bombing.
it?
Everyone's here.
There's a little bit more. I'll go. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, where's the polo? Oh,
I'm here, but I'm getting
oh,
home.
you're
She's gonna kill me.
Yeah. What?
Let
She has
her
to grow.
die.
Oh, God.
Died right in front of me.
Another one.
Oh, come on, dude! I need fucking therapy counseling again.
Canceling?
Counseling, therapy counseling again.
Therapy canceling.
No.
Do you some
No. What the fuck? Our head is right here. We should collect this.
Head?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Let's see, how's Lobos doing? Maybe one of us should have went with him. It seems like he's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna use a syringe. I can't handle it anymore.
Whoa.
Yeah. Bye, cool world.
Maybe it's not deadly, though. Maybe it's just drugs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got a lot of money on the ship. If we have one more good day, we can go to, like, any of the new moons.
Alright.
We'll just have to sell a lot.
Sounds.
Let's see where Lobos is. Lobos? Lobos?
Hey.
Oh, hey.
Oh,
I can grab some then if you want.
oh, I just have 3 items.
Okay.
It's not that heavy. It's just kind of a long run to that.
Yeah. All right, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, you-
There was a coil head, huh?
Oh, what happened?
Oh, man. Hit some.
Can't believe Apollo killed me. That was fucking crazy.
Sorry I killed you, Anne.
Well deserved.
I'm sorry,
I think she
Anne.
owes you. I think she owes you an apology.
All right, one more day here,
You still
guys.
owe her an apology.
Or we could go somewhere else, but
Sorry.
I did apologize. I just forgot I was muted.
we'll just do one more day.
Exactly. So apologize now.
Okay. Salad, I'm sorry.
No, not to me.
What about me?
Sorry, it wasn't you. I'm sorry.
You hate this map? I'm taking the fire exit again.
I will come. Wait, is it? Oh,
I should have brought a shovel. Keep getting the mines. Nothing else? You might be muted.
Oh yeah, I'm muted. I didn't take this fully. I'm full.
Okay,
so.
gotcha. Oh my god. Can I make this jump? Yeah, no problem. I got a bunch more loot.
Yeah, I dropped this at the park. Wow.
Oh my god. Almost just fell to my death.
Cave is over here. Probably bigger.
Oh. Dude, this place is fucking stacked. Holy shit.
Fucking love.
What is that? No. Somebody got the loot there. That's good. And the girl. Dude, the fucking Bracken is camping. Dude, we got so much loot. Holy shit. I got the girl on me. Yeah. Well, that's a lot of the lizards. No, somebody left some loot here. There's one more item in there. Grab the other ladder. Wait, it's still... Why is the ladder still out?
Hello.
Hello. It's so hard to hear with this fucking hurricane. Where are they? Well, Apollo's lost.
No, Apollo's right behind me.
Oh, okay.
Here.
Nice.
No, we did so good.
Yeah, I let them to safety.
Yeah. Like this, we save you.
Oh, I forgot!
What is it?
Who was that?
It was this.
That was the third guy that dies in front of Larsa. Larsa,
Yeah, I was like, Daddy, trauma
Desensitized
counseling.
now. Okay, I think
Jesus
Logos
Christ.
is coming, but Trey, what the hell is
Yeah,
this?
Trey's is mine. I think when you're in
Why
like
is
lines, you
it
get
no
this.
signal?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice, my captain. Who is this?
He was that all like.
What do you think it is?
Where's his head out of the ball?
I'm here.
No, I'm sorry. Why did you shoot? Oh, I am the girl now.
Yeah, it's really fucking funny you say that.
I was just guessing who was not here. You was being
Okay,
quiet.
based on what did... Well, really messed up.
I mean,
Wait,
I would say
this
it's
is
overwhelming evidence and often, just find a way
Yeah,
out.
This is the girl to me.
I think Trey is asking for
You can transfer her?
Yeah, it's like a curse. Yeah.
Were you
It's
asking
like
for
it
something?
follows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew it. I read your like feelings like. I knew what you were asking.
Nice.
Bye, girl. Oh, there she is. Bye. Bye, girl. Bye, driver.
How much did we get that run? Like 1,200 or something?
Bye, driver. Bye, bus driver.
1,300? Damn.
What the actual fuck?
You never seen it?
Good work, guys.
Oh my god,
No,
I'm a
what's
part-timer.
that?
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Okay, I'm
I
curious.
just got
Hang on,
promoted.
hang on.
I'm scared.
No,
I
don't
need
Oh,
to-
did you get promoted to
People getting
spider
promoted
killer?
today.
I need to rehost, guys, because we
I'm
got a
gonna
log.
anyways.
You're gonna anyways?
I
Okay.
gotta run.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, bye.
Good job.
Thanks for joining, buddy.
Keep it up.
Bye bye. All right, yeah, I'm gonna rehost real quick.
Want to kiss?
Okay.
Bye.
We got the bug where like the item doesn't scan properly. I don't know if it's, I think it might be an issue with like More Company, but I don't know. I don't know what causes it. Like sometimes as the host, when we like scan one of the items, it doesn't register for me specifically. Like it works for other people, but not for me. Evil Dead Burn trailer? No, I haven't seen that. I like Evil Dead though. I've watched all the movies and I watched like the TV show as well. Oh, you know what's gonna be fun is the Halloween game. I'm excited for that one.
I'm back! What the fuck?
What the?
It sounds like Freddy Fazbear.
I don't.
Hi.
Oh, wait,
Hello.
Mark, so put it in your chat, the bus driver thing.
I can't
Look at this meme, Lark, so good.
Who are we
Okay,
missing?
look at
Apollo
this
Aang?
2.
I think.
millennial ass meme. 1 second.
It's great.
Do the fake laugh.
The viral hog.
Where's Ain?
Yeah, viral hug.
Oh, there he is.
It's a good meme.
Guys,
Was that
how do I
English?
fix? Guys, my
Yeah.
keyboard is all.
Oh,
my
it's so
keyboard
funny.
is fucked.
What?
How do
So
I
have
fix?
you
old
tried
lady.
not
do you
fucking
mean?
your keyboards?
But
I
it
would
feels
recommend
so good.
that.
How do I fix this?
Something
Yeah,
actually
it's a-
wrong?
You
Or-
don't get it. It's an HE keyboard. Yeah, when I tap
Oh, I
W,
see.
it does like the apostrophe sign.
Oh.
Oh, it's desync. You have to rejoin, I
Fucking-
think.
The old
Was that in the
lady didn't
game
my
or
meme.
like just in
Sad.
general?
No, just in general, man.
Oh. Do you
General
spill
man.
anything on your keyboards?
Well, yes.
Okay, I will ask no
No,
further
what?
questions.
Are you
I'm fine. Don't
Okay.
worry. I'll
All right,
fix the
well, we'll
keyboard. I
sell
just
stuff
can't-
while
I
you
just can't
figure that
send
out.
You sweet messages.
Punch it.
Oh,
Well, it's not like
sweet.
you.
Nothing's in my ear instead.
Do we have this one?
I do realize that sending a hog link sounds a bit sus.
Send me a link. Oh, dude, are you a hacker? Did you get hacked?
Okay, let's see. Does this work now? It does. Nice.
Hi, how are you? Do you want to join my Minecraft server?
Yeah.
All right.
It's me, the Demented
If we
Soul.
sell 700, we can go to a new planet that we have not
Oh my
been
god,
to.
dude! It's because
Yeah.
QWERTY. They don't use QWERTY in Germany. They use QWERTZ. So the
Oh,
Y
like
changes to a
Azerty.
Z. It's
Like
crazy.
in Belgium, it's Azerty.
And my keyboard just automatically changed. Wait, it's Azerty?
Yeah, it's Azerty in Belgium.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
I think we're gonna go to Rort. Rort. We have not been there before. We're actually doing really good on money this
That plan
run
was
so
pretty
far.
good.
Yeah.
No problem, twin.
Like, it was like 1K per day.
Mm-hmm.
What's this?
I'm gonna take
Wait,
the
did anyone-
ingredients and put them upstairs.
Did anyone actually press the button?
Probably not.
What button?
No, I don't think anyone actually rang the bell.
Okay, so ring the bell then.
Why don't you go fucking...
No, why are you gonna ring the bell?
You go ring the bell.
Get stuff from the gift shop? I don't really know if there's a point. Our quota's really low. Dude, am I the only person who sold anything? 463. You need like 300 more bucks.
You're the only one playing.
That's a classic.
Everyone else just fucking
That's a
around.
classic.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm innocent-minded and like...
You know what's crazy? That's also your mom's favorite song.
You know what's funny?
I actually...
One wipe is all it takes. Yeah, but what does buying stuff from the gift store do? Like, how does that make any difference if everybody dies? It makes no difference. Oh my god, these slackers, bro. I'm selling everything on my own.
Nice story,
Curse me with that. Thank you, man.
What a hit.
How much do we have?
687.
Okay, we have enough. We are gonna go to Rort. 680. Is everybody here?
Come into my room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready?
Let me in your room.
Yeah. I'm stroking it to the west.
Not using the sell my scrap mod? No. We probably should, but with so many people, it doesn't really take that long to sell. But I was thinking about using like a selling scrap mod. It's just the problem is sometimes you need to like hold on to these lore things, and if you use the auto sell, like I don't know if you can make it like prioritize specific loot, but like it might just automatically sell stuff that you need. You know what I mean?
Report to the company
You don't
building
just sell our
immediately.
stuff? What the hell is this thing on about?
He's a little late to the thing. Don't worry about that.
Cool.
All right, we're going, guys.
Okay, in the biz.
It's dark, warm, and moist.
Oh,
You're
just
right,
like
it is, baby.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I mean the selling. I don't really mind the selling if everybody's actually selling stuff, but sometimes it's like, well, we haven't been here.
What more do we need to sell to get to the planet?
We haven't been here, Lepa. No, we have not been
This
here.
is new? I thought this was the jungle map.
Yeah, I thought this was the one.
It does look like that one.
I'm gonna go this way.
Is there a new map to be found here as well, or are we
I
good?
don't know. I think we only have one moon left to find, and it's on that like $3,000 planet.
Oh, okay.
Well, but the $3,000 planet was the final. The 3K planet is the final one, isn't it?
No. Apparently there's one more after that.
Oh my god, dude, I've been lying to my chat.
What the? Oh. Wait, it's literally the same map. The flower shape.
Yeah, it's just it's slightly different, I guess.
Oh my, okay. I just found a gold fang.
Oh, nice! I'm
Gold
so
what?
proud of you.
A gold fang.
Oh wow, that's worth a lot. Let's leave that here.
I'm keeping it. It's mine.
You're gonna get it lost deeper in the dungeon, bruh.
I just know you want to take credit.
Just leave it at the main, man.
I know you want to take credit for it.
There's a plant inside?
Yapping about my golden fan, though. Yo, I got a golden.
Oh, a golden mask. Wow, wait, this place has like... Dude, a golden pot! This place has so much shit. Look at that, Lepa.
Have you guys actually found any? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Fuck is that? What is making that sound? that a forest giant? Oh, the ship's right here. No. Everyone seems okay. The fuck? Ah, woo! Oh no. Where was the fire escape? This way? I feel like I've gone too far. Wait, maybe not. There was the big... Oh, that's Maine. There was the big statue next to it. The like pillar looking thing. Oh god. Oh, I guess I'm going to Maine. Oh, Ane's dead. Ane, buddy. Oh. Somebody did leave the Fang here. Okay. Is there any locked doors? Oh, I don't really like that. Oh! I got brackened. How'd you guys die?
No, no.
They're speechless.
That's the biz position. I was muted.
What? This. What got you?
I got brackened.
Like my whole life.
Oh. I had a blob sort of like jank to the side, so it just got me.
Oh.
How'd it go, team?
Bracken. Oh, hi, Trey.
Oh man, did we not get any of
bracket.
that back?
No, I brought like 250 back, and I think we got like 500 or 600 right now. That Fang is still at the main. I think Salad maybe has some good stuff too.
I saw they still like running inside and you passed. There's like, I don't know, 12 items
Really?
lined up somewhere.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. I was trying to send a message to you, but...
It might have been past the
we
spike
haven't
traps
tried
then.
yourself.
I was gonna try to go past them, but
No,
there's like
close
two
the
of them on
door.
top of each other.
What the fuck?
Fuck!
The loot on this
Well,
map is
you know
kind of
what?
crazy.
I was gonna
There's so
give
much gold
you-
stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
The sun. But no, neither do you get it.
Wow.
Wait, no, that's the RPD Sheriff's badge.
Do we just
Well,
right
this
click,
as well, but-
tell them to leave?
What's a
Yeah,
phone?
Is everyone else alive or?
Andre's fucking dead.
Yeah, these people are all alive.
Oh, they're all fucking dead. Okay, let's get the fuck
Well,
out
I
of here.
mean the people who are not in Boston.
Oh yeah, I guess Lobo's left.
Yeah.
You are
they
my
all dead?
sunshine, my only sunshine.
Did we get all the bodies? Oh yeah, we did.
Can I
think
eject
so.
myself?
How much did we get? Like 800? 900? That's pretty good. Good job, guys.
Good job. Good job. Yippee, 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 yippee.
Well.
All right.
Let's do another day here. I mean, this place has... We can get a ton of money here at least.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it's good money for sure.
This is like the most we've ever had in the ship.
Dude, every day I keep getting my tabs out. We're gonna...
Where is the fire exit here? This way? Oh, it is this way. Somewhere. Oh, I see gold. Oh my god. Bro, what is the loot on this? This map is fucking insane. Hey. If you go to the right here, there's like some gold stuff. You might be muted again, I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. Are you full again?
Yeah, I'm full. Where's the...
There's like a power exit right here, which is close to the ship. I don't know if you...
Yeah, that's the one I came in.
Oh, I see.
Wait, what is this? This isn't the... Where the fuck is the fire escape?
Is it here?
Well,
This way?
is it?
Wait, no, wait. What? Yeah, maybe. Oh, this is one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. I got big money.
Oh, nice!
This place is loaded. Let's see. Careful, pressure plate.
Alright.
Another fire exit? Can there be anything at the top of these? No.
Empty.
Wesley, are you still here, by the way?
Is that the mother?
Yeah, the modder was here earlier. I don't know if he's still. Oh my God, Larksa! You no, Larksa. I was wondering what is the point of these like grates that you can press? Is there something like that actually you can do with that? Oh, Larksa. Oh, the dungeon key is here. Yo.
Yeah. Actually, the dungeon door was at the fire exit the last time I saw you.
Oh, well, there's one right here. Maybe there's two?
Oh. Oh, yeah. I see.
There's a fire exit right here if we want to just go.
Yeah, I got a gold bar.
Okay.
Super heavy.
Larksa died to a pendulum.
Another way?
I think so.
Yeah. Oh, the other fire exit.
Yeah. Oh, I can grab something if you're like really heavy.
Just the gold bar. Alone is so heavy.
Yeah, okay.
Walk over.
They allow you to breathe in certain cases when the interior fills with water. Oh, okay. That makes sense. I didn't think... I guess I didn't think it mattered. Oh god. I'm grabbing a shovel.
Away.
Apollo's dead.
Apollo's still dead.
Did we lose all of our shovels?
Dungeon. You want to go? I know where the dungeon is. You want to?
Yeah, we can go. Do you have the key?
Wait, is this not the key?
No. Oh, Lepa's inversing in.
Oh, right? I don't like how page me. I guess I can stay in this shit.
Yeah.
I might go up to this one.
Wait, where did all the yippee bookies are taking Apollo? Oh, I think Bob's came back and took down.
I'm gonna inverse it too.
It's on cooldown for like 3 minutes. So
Okay, I'm not gonna inverse it.
Yeah, you're gonna do nothing with the saw.
I'm gonna buy some more shovels, but yeah, feel free to go in. I'm gonna stay at the ship.
There's a coil-headed maid.
Okay.
The whole podcast. Oh wait, they have no head. Together at last. But there was nothing in that place. Felt like.
Oh, we can bring Larksa back, right?
It says there's still 16 objects outside the ship. Yeah, where's Larksa? She died outside.
Her and Apollo are just upstairs.
Oh, that's why the items are showing up.
Pull them out of the way.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Wesley.
16 items.
Thanks, man.
Well, it must be in the dungeon, right? 22.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you've got for the update.
Wait, really? I thought the dungeon had all this.
Yeah, I saw how Larksa died and then I forgot. That's true.
What just fuck? Isn't the dungeon the thing that has like 8 spells or something?
No, the dungeon only has the one ring.
It has like the eye, but you can could turn in the eyes on a different planet for like human hearts.
Oh, right.
Is anyone still alive? Like who's tried?
Trey is dead.
Oh, wait, no, that's Gibby.
Well, Lepa. No.
Yeah, everybody's just dead.
Oh, yeah, everything's down.
Yeah.
Yep.
they died. Well, what's being sad about it gonna do? I'm gonna bring them back.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello.
I'm happy.
We're back. We're back.
All right, we'll do one more day here. The weather is chill. Let's get some gold, and then I don't know. I mean, we could. I'm not sure. There's like a few different planets we can go to. They're pretty expensive though.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a giant already. That's fun. Oh, the dungeon. Good triple fire exit. My goodness. It's crazy how often that happens, where all the fire exits spawn like right next to each other. Make a good LEPA show a good LEPA clip. Could take a look. Oh, the dungeon key. Damn, it is so quiet. Where is everybody? It's a 36-pound mask. My God. I haven't heard anybody yet. So quiet. It's so quiet. How is nobody here? This is actually crazy. I feel so alone. Second, did I go? I went the wrong way. I'm gonna take this stuff back. Hopefully. Bro is fucking massive. Actually absurd how quiet. Like I haven't seen anybody this whole time. Ray's alive, Apollo's alive. Everybody's like alive. They're just in a different part of the facility, I guess. Awoo. Let's go over here. Oh, hey guys. Yeah, I also have a dungeon key. Yeah. It doesn't go off on. Oh, I just go. Yeah, so the dungeon key. Hold on, I can. Somebody died here or like got bracken.
It's not that way. That's back the main.
Okay. Yeah, if you come over here, I found the dungeon key. Go this way.
Well, I have the key.
Or sorry, I found the door.
Oh.
To the left here.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then it's, I think there's a pressure plate here. Careful.
Oh my god!
Okay, not here. It's somewhere around here. I think. Oh yeah, it's right here. This is gonna drown whoever else is in the dungeon, so hopefully they're okay.
We'll be fine.
It is what it is.
A little bit of water ain't hurt anyone.
Yeah, they need a big bath. Yeah, this is full. You like?
Alright. Let's go to the right here.
Okay.
This door is the best, I think.
Okay.
Follow me.
Following.
How much is this worth even? Like $100?
It's like 200.
Oh, shit, okay, that's not that bad.
For a puzzle that drops diamonds.
But you're already a diamond.
Yeah, but it can't sell me.
Wow.
Trying to avoid this giant. Ship should be to the left here.
Oh, Mina's here.
Oh my god,
There's
that's...
so many baboon hogs.
There's bees, careful. Oh god. Oh.
I have the beehive.
Oh my god, you grabbed the bees? Larksa, go this way. Oh my god, Larksa got me killed.
Please take the beehive no matter what, okay?
I'm glad we got the beehive.
Oh, Larksa, why?
Vi dödar sin haga allt.
I hope they get the key at least.
Team, I got the beehive. Team. Oh, this is alive. He's alive. I got the beehive. I got the beehive.
Oh, yippee! Good job.
Loot, you like passed. There's so many loot on the map wherever you just pass. Look at the map.
Oh, but isn't that because the ship is like bucket? It's like
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
Well, maybe Trey will find the
Wait,
stuff.
we can go back and check there.
It's not looking good.
I will die.
Yeah, I'll go down there quickly.
Oh god, I just fucking dead.
Did you have loot?
Well, I'm gonna die
I had
now.
the bit of loot,
Or is it
yeah.
gonna port me back right away.
Okay.
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. We'll just leave, I guess. That's fucked then.
Okay, let's send it.
Hey, at least it was an
Port.
expensive beehive.
Mm-hmm. True.
Yeah.
Wait. Is he dead?
Yeah, he died.
Oh wait. Oh. Right, I'm just dumb. Okay.
Well, I think we still got a good amount of money. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Did it?
Welcome back.
Hi guys.
Got so much money on this planet. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
How much money do we have in the ship? Oh, we have almost 7,000 bucks in the ship right now. That's like the most we've ever had at this point.
We should go to the 3K planet.
Wow.
Well,
Rich.
there is another planet we can go to though. Let's
I mean,
see.
there's a technically, you know, they're like at the store. There's like those super expensive items. We're like kind of close of getting them as well. If you'd want to just. See
Yeah,
what
we
it
don't
is.
really know what they're for though.
I gotta go after one more round.
Okay.
So.
Gotcha.
That's, yeah.
It is getting a little late.
Which is okay, but like.
Yeah, I mean we could do one more moon if you guys are down, and then we can call it after that. Or
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do one more.
Yeah, send it.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. What planets do we have?
I'm so sorry I lied again. We're not beating it.
Look,
I keep
We're
telling
never
you
beating
every
it.
day. Every day.
Oh, let's go to Cubatrace. That's a new
Maybe
one
you should,
that
maybe
we
you should
got.
stop promising things then.
It's kind of on them for believing.
Cuba,
in
yeah.
Bitcoin.
All right,
Cuba?
guys, lock in. We gotta sell 1,500 bucks, okay? Everybody grab like 4 items. Well, the gold's actually gonna be worth a lot, so I guess.
Yeah, I mean, gold. Tell all the golds, probably all the same.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the gold is heavy.
Yeah.
I can't sell the pot of gold.
If you guys have like 4 gold
No, we
items
can't
each,
sell
we
the
don't.
pots of gold. They have to stay.
Okay.
Oh! I nearly jumped off. This is the heaviest I have ever weighed. My good god. As if you sent a single item there, you fuck.
What the hell? Christ.
That's a good planet.
Yeah, that planet's really good for money.
Yeah.
Apollo, you're selling the pots! What the?
Oh, I forgot. We're not supposed to sell them? I'm going to be honest, I didn't actually listen to what you guys were saying.
I can't grab it.
Okay, we probably have enough.
I'm sorry!
Is it open?
Wait, why can't we sell
No.
the pots?
Okay. Let's see how much we get.
Why couldn't we sell the pots?
Salad wanted the pot.
Oh, what? Fuck salad.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I had a feeling we were gonna oversell with all the gold. It's alright.
What are the big expensive items here?
Yeah, we should buy a bit of stuff at the shop.
Yeah.
Nah.
Not the gold.
We'll be there in a sec. Anything useful? Yeah, 7,000. Wait, yeah, that's... Oh, it is the same thing. Yeah, we...
Yeah.
Because we can just get that on the other planet, right? So...
Yeah. Wait, how much should we buy?
I think I got like basically all the money we need. So don't buy anything else. Since we oversold, I figured I'd buy a few more things. We got a Pikachu.
Yay!
Mm-hmm.
Apollo, I've been told to tell you that I like controller.
What?
Wait, do you actually like them?
I don't know what they are. I'm told to tell you to like.
It's like a pastry.
I mean, it probably tastes good as a pastry.
Yeah, it's like a punch with like alcohol.
Wait, who sold more shit?
Oh, I don't like alcohol.
What the fuck's going on? Is Lepa griefing?
Taste of alcohol?
What? I'm right here.
Wait, who fucking just sold 500 more bucks?
It doesn't taste of alcohol. Do I really want to believe you guys, though?
Okay.
I don't know.
It has a different name
on
in
the table?
Damsugare, which means vacuum cleaner. Because they kind of look like a vacuum cleaner.
Vacuum cleaner?
Yeah.
I can get some pistachio ones for £3.45.
Should I buy a fridge? I guess it'll help with our quota, so...
Oh, she's making stuff up. Oh, okay, I see.
No, I'm not.
Sparks ago.
It's not me who's saying it.
Well,
It's Lobos. Lobos isn't here.
No. It's other people. I'm just reiterating what they're saying.
Wow. How
Should blame them, not me.
All right, I'm gonna park the car and then we're gonna get out of here. Oh, I'll turn on the magnet for you, Trey. Park the car.
Pistachio, though. Pistachio's kind of banging.
Hanging car, pistachio.
I love pistachio.
I love pistachio.
No, you don't. That's not how you say it. No. Minge is a separate thing. We can't. No.
Minge.
No.
That's minging, mates.
Minging.
No. Minge is a different thing. You know what it means.
Just mad things.
It's minging.
I'm getting us a bunch of flashlights. I noticed we're all out, so they're on
You all know
sale.
what the other word means. Thief thing.
I don't know about Cerberus if it needed the flashlight, to be honest.
Yeah, most of the planets it's not needed, but I don't know. They were like $7 each, so I figured might as well buy them.
Yeah.
Any day now.
Wow, what a cozy place we have upstairs.
Oh yeah, we bought cozy lights. If you want to turn off the lights.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
We need a second church. We can get like a nice dinner going on.
Second church? Why do we need a church?
Just not here.
Why
There's
does
two
the
more.
go to the church?
That's a nice place to hang out.
All right.
Oh, that's so. Oh, it's not there.
All right.
This is-
Everybody here,
Yeah,
let's
like-
get out of here.
Well, it's like if we get another chair, we can do each other's we can be psychics and do each other's palmistry and shit.
I don't want to do each other.
Look. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word fortune teller.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh my god, we got so much overtime as well. God
Alexa,
damn.
come here. Show me your hands.
Okay, showing.
Fucking disgusting. Go shower.
What the fuck?
What?
You're going to die very, very soon.
Okay.
What the fuck?
And it's going to be because of one of your closest friends.
Who's that?
All right, guys, we're going to Cuba Trace.
I'm thinking
Aren't you
I'm
glad
getting
Larsa has none?
an A. Is there
Whoa.
a name that begins with A?
Aaron!
We're going.
Aaron is my best.
I would never.
Stop. Sure.
All right, we're going to Cuba.
Oh,
Cuba!
Cuba.
I wanna smoke a cigar! I wanna smoke a cigar! Ooh.
I mean, I don't know if this is what Cuba looks like necessarily.
This is what it looks
Oh,
like.
dude, I love the. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Oh,
I
it's
love the
cube.
blue grass.
No, but I imagine it looks like this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's an enemy?
This way.
The
Wait,
cube?
wait. You
It's a
guys and then
cube.
Nah, Cubans are chill.
Does it hurt?
Tofu.
Oh my god, it is tofu.
Oh, there is a cube.
I wonder if they like
Dude, I-
start like rolling around or something later.
How would it roll?
Oh, Main's over here. You know, I wonder if this is where we find. You remember the desert map where we needed the cube? Maybe it's here.
Oh, maybe.
Sword then.
Fuck off,
Oh.
Ray. I'm gonna die.
Bye.
Dangerous this.
Oh, there's a cube here.
Oh, fire exit. I'll see you guys later.
Oh yeah, you can actually pull out these like.
Yeah.
Some of them.
I figured some of them. It's kind of annoying to check all of them though.
Yeah. It's not really like obvious if you can open it. I got a crystal bone. What's this worth? 50 bucks? It's gonna be ceiling bugs. I hope not. Should have brought a shovel, honestly.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is there no... Oh, this way. We're gonna find the cube, buddy.
Mm-hmm. Your heart.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Jesus,
What
what
the
the
fuck
hell?
was that?
I got a fucking flashbang. Yeah, what about these?
We're just following in somebody's footsteps.
Oh, look at this Pikachu.
Oh, cute then.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, I found something? Oh, crystalline rock.
Something.
Ooh, it's that bug.
There's a door here.
Durant.
Rock?
More.
Rocky?
Oh, I found a saw blade.
I don't talk.
Any of you want to hold my rock?
I wanna hold your rock.
Oh, there's a fucking baby crying.
Oh.
Maybe somebody sued them. Oh, there's a bracken behind us.
I can't see
I
him.
scared him
only look
away.
towards the future.
Alright, let's head back, guys.
Okay, okay.
This way? Did you guys go down? Oh, there's a mimic.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
We can. I'm gonna test this. Oh god.
Oh my god.
I have to drop. Yeah.
Oh my.
Wow. I feel like that.
I think I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Please. Oh, I got all of us killed.
Look at this slice,
Oh my god.
No.
Should we extend that?
Yeah.
What? That was so scary.
Oh my god, what the fuck was that?
Where's salad? No. What is going on with salad?
Come on, Trey, save salad. Oh, you did it. Nice.
Oh, Lepa.
Fucking
Oh,
hell.
no.
I saved him.
Oh, Lepa's in this.
No, you son of a
Oh, Lepa is
fucking hate
cool.
this fucking video game and it's fucking I had all the stuff, man. I had all the stuff. Oh, somebody else died here too. Cool. Wow. He's gonna see all the bodies.
Dude, if you have any loot, you just fucking die, man. Like, oh.
All 5 of us died to that tunnel.
Yeah.
Salad actually made it out. What is that thing? The distance. It's like a, it's a
Dude.
cube, actually. Oh shit.
Bunker.
What the hell?
What the hell?
Yeah, it's like fucking
Oh god, it's coming
sploosh.
this way.
Oh.
I'm this real boss.
Oh my god, it's like electrifying.
Maybe that's what the flashbang was.
Oh my god.
Oh my god,
Christ.
Trey's dead?
Well, I got eaten through the shit.
Oh my god. The mimic.
Oh, Jesus. We have to right click and tell him to go back, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He needs to know. Yeah. Salad, Jesus Christ, you're just standing there. No.
Trey! Oh,
I got eaten through the wall. I was inside the ship. I got eaten by the giant.
Who didn't right click? No.
I did.
I did.
I right clicked.
Apollo.
That's okay.
I forgot to click. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you right away. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my god, thank you so
Damn.
much.
This is
Yeah.
sure
your
is
fault,
lucky
Apollo.
someone the company.
Someone
man,
what?
Man, we are so
What
lucky that
happened to you
someone
guys?
did that, huh?
Well, alright, let's try to find something here. Try to get enough money for quota at
Oh,
least.
yellow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Can we unlock a moon on this moon? You will.
So how did you all die?
Just rushing in.
Well, Trey was inside, but then
Just died in that fire.
he got killed by the... Did you get killed by the cube?
Oh.
Oh. Oh man, that blows, dude. We had so much money. We're actually like, that's kind of rip. I feel like if we right-clicked, Salad would have known and he would have went to main and we might have had a chance. He didn't like hear the barber. It was like right next to him, but... Hey, buddy. There's like...
a dead end.
I don't think there's anything that way, but I might have missed something.
Yeah, I don't think
Is there
so. I think
nothing
there's
else
just
here?
I'm pretty sure this is a big square room.
Okay.
Nothing in it. I'm pretty sure. I'm just double checking, I guess, but
Can we break any of these? No.
no.
Okay. Yeah, maybe there was another path then that I didn't see.
Yeah.
Oh, right. There was the elevator. Yeah, duh.
get. There's a fire exit here. Yeah.
What is that flash? I feel like maybe I should go to floor 3. There's a barber.
Well,
oh hey.
There's like 2 more items over there. There's one of the babies have turned into a.
Yeah, it's over that way. I don't. Is this a dead end?
I don't know. I was just gonna try and get back to the exit.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a dead
Yeah.
end. I know where the fire exit is, but.
Okay, the main exit's not too far away from here. It's just to our left.
Okay.
Like when you get out of here. I mean, if the baby's attacking us, I guess we can jump up on these. A lot of loot from here, though.
Yeah.
Oh, get up.
Where?
He's over there.
Okay.
He's walked off now. I mean, I guess we can try and make a mad dash for it, I guess.
Oh,
Seems
look
like
at
it's like-
this.
Wait. Oh, damn. Oh, it's a fucking cube. Oh god, I'm gone. This room.
Oh, this fucking painting, man. Oh, fuck.
Wait. No, I'm good.
People are alive. Oh my god, are we cooked?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. Hello? Hi. It's like 10 baboon hogs running towards us.
Yeah, we gotta get out of here.
Yeah!
There was some more loot, but we should just go. So we get electric shocks in here. Oh, I see.
How much do we get?
Follow this.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
No pain.
I had like 300 bucks on me.
No, it's not sold.
No, 600. That's good.
Thanks. So crunchy.
Like a pass of a lot of them. Wait, where's my chug?
Your cha!
All right.
We lost the. Shut up.
One more day. One more day, gentlemen.
Did we end up getting anything?
Oh, I'm British.
I mean, we got like
Share.
$600. We haven't found. I feel like the cube that we need for that other map is here, but I
Yeah.
don't know where.
This is the phone I found 2 gold bars.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
We brought them back.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
back this way.
Okay. This looks like Teladrisil.
Wait, I see like a building up there.
What the fuck do you just call me?
And what about over here? Oh, wait, maybe.
What are you looking for?
I am looking for something.
Oh. Is there a map here to unlock the moon?
No, but I feel there was like a map. Oh, wait, I think I found it.
We found it! Good
We need
job!
this on the desert map.
Oh my god.
But now we are. Oh, there's a fire exit here too. You can go in if you want. I'm gonna take this back.
Okay.
I drop down here. What is that? What is that? I guess it's when the cube like activates. Holy shit. Oh man, that sucks so much that we lost that 5,000 though. That's like, I mean, it is what it is, but. That was really, really unfortunate. Should have ejected? Why would we do that? I mean, our quota's not that high. Quota's like 700 right now. Bro!
Oh, hey, buddy.
No fucking way.
Yeah. I want to get out here before we get snipped.
I've been waiting. Close. You know what's good about this? We can make like bets on who we think is gonna die next.
Got fucking cubed. I don't even know where it came from.
Time of day? Ah.
I have $100 on Larksa.
Yeah.
Because it was so nice and purple and blue.
Max,
Hi!
look!
Oh, nice! Yeah, this time, so we have to be careful. Oh, by the way, there's find the cube that's used in the desert map to solve the puzzle.
I saw!
Yeah!
Let's follow it downstairs somewhere. I'm kind of just holding this thing and being careful so it doesn't kill us.
Okay.
Yo, 2 beats. Thank you for the 7 months.
Oh, shit. Crack!
Oh, tray is loaded.
Hello, it's made that way.
Oh, we found a fire escape.
this, like in sploosh and
Oh.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, it fucking teleports. What the?
There's a mimic in the... Oh no, robot.
Guys,
Oh.
giant, giant. Oh, Greta Apollo behind you!
Oh god.
Shit!
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that went from 0 to 100 real quick. Holy shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, I see it. Was it Leopard that died to him?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh my god. Dude, Trey almost just ran straight off a cliff.
Trey's just like launching with his cash register.
Oh my god. Was that a lingering hit? Oh, they left you. What the fuck?
Dude, what the fuck?
You had so much loot too.
Oh, yeah, it's missing Goops.
Guys,
My bad,
Trey had like 400 bucks.
Bro, if we
guys,
died
what are
inside
you
the
looking-
ship from the electric, we would have all lost everything.
That's true. But we already
Wait,
lost
is that the
everything
spot?
anyways. But we have barely enough for
No,
quota.
we didn't.
Anyway.
No, but we have the cube.
We do have the cube. That's
I
true.
gotta go anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Sounds good.
Worth it.
All right, GG guys.
game.
Thanks for
Alright,
playing,
GG.
everybody.
Thanks for the game. Bye. 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 Bye.
Bye. All right, I'm gonna sell this shit. What? Oh. Yeah, sorry, Trey. I saw how much loot you had. I was watching, buddy. Yeah, the end of the session today was pretty scuffed. It really sucked that we lost like 5 grand. But I mean, we can at least see what we can do on the Sand Moon, I guess, next time. My god, I'm heavy. The cube is worth nothing. Yeah, I mean that I think Rort is a really good map for getting money. It does cost like 600 bucks to go there though. But yeah, that could be good for next time. I don't know. I feel like we're kind of cooked on this quota because we have nothing now, but maybe it's okay. Do we even have anything else to sell? Oh, the bone. How much is this worth? Not sure. That's just enough. Yo, Psycho, thank you so much for the raid. What's up, guys? We just ended our session, actually, but probably be streaming for a little while longer. Not sure exactly what I'm gonna play now, but thank you so much for the raid, man. potato raid. How's the new, you're playing the new Phasmo update, right? Alright, well, we got enough money. What is the... Is it Baruna, the map where you use this cube? Play it before they fix the jankiness. I think it's Baruna. If I remember correctly. Everyone wants to see RE9 speedrun. You want to see RE9 speedrun. You don't speak for everybody, buddy. How many tapes did we find? We have, I'm pretty sure, every single moon except for one. The only moon that we don't have is... It's like the one that's connected to Hicks. But yeah, we had a full wipe and we lost $5,000 worth of loot, so... This quota is kind of fucking kind of cursed. Yeah. We have, I think we have 3 moons to go to now that we haven't been to. I think we have not been to, we haven't been to Desolation. We haven't been to, let's see, it's Desolation, or actually maybe 2 moons. Desolation and Release, I think. There's only 2 that we haven't been to, I believe. Yo, Romelia, thank you for the 32 months. Maybe next time we'll actually get an ending, surely. Maybe this crystal cube, like... I don't even know what the point of this crystal cube is. Maybe it's related to an ending, maybe not. I don't know. Oh, is this the signal translator? Alright, well, GG for Lethal Company today. That was still a fun session. It was unfortunate that we wiped there at the end, though. Because otherwise, man, if we didn't wipe there, we would be in such good shape for next time. But now we're, like, kind of fucking broke, but... surely it's okay. Surely. Yeah, we would have, like, 3 or 4 quotas worth of money on the ship. What's up, Doug U? Honestly though, I'm surprised we don't full wipe more often. Normally we're pretty good, like normally we're pretty good about not like full wiping, but I think the issue is sometimes it's like if you get killed in the ship, like if there's a threat that can kill you in the ship, that's when things get kind of sketchy. Yeah, I'm not sure how Trey died. I think he got, like, zapped or something while he was in the ship. Or... I don't know. He said he got, like, eaten or something when he was in the ship. I'm not really sure. Yeah, a lot of the time there's like one person waiting, like chilling at the ship, like making sure we stay alive. The cubes can't reach the ship? Okay. He must have been killed by something else then. He said he got eaten. I don't know what. I guess maybe the dog like came into the ship and ate him or something. No, there's been a fair amount of baboons outside. They don't really attack us at the ship ever though. Yeah, maybe a giant grabbed him like through the wall of the ship. Not sure.